cocaine use. His ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, testifying she found drugs in his car repeatedly. The man who sold Hunter Biden the handgun in question in 2018, telling the court he watched him check no to a question on whether he used illegal drugs on the federal firearm form. Prosecutors who are trying to prove he knowingly lied say they have 6 witnesses left. Defense attorney Abby Lowell has argued evidence does not directly prove his client was using drugs at the time of the purchase, noting the first defense witness could be called Friday. The president's son has pled not guilty to charges of illegally buying and owning a weapon while abusing drugs. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, the 2024 convention of the Texas Democratic Party starts today in El Paso. Democrats will elect party leaders and decide on their agenda for next year's legislative session. In addition, they'll select 273 delegates and 20 alternates to the 2024 Democratic National Convention set for August in Chicago. Well, in an interview with Fox's Hannity, former President Trump insists he's the best choice to lead the U.S. against the growing number of threats the country faces, and insists President Biden was never good at what he did.
He was never the brightest bulb. And everybody understands that. Everybody knows that. You look at his foreign policy over the years, it was always wrong. You look at all of the things, you look at his crime bill in the 1990s, how horrible that was to certain groups of people.
The Wall Street Journal recently published a report that said the president has been showing signs of slipping behind closed doors. White House officials have dismissed the report. Well, Senate Democrats think they have a wedge issue in the November election.
Democrats have a plan to use abortion as a way to get out the vote in close races. But could that work in pro-life Texas, where a lack of exemptions for rape or incest is unpopular? Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says it failed for Beto O'Rourke when he ran for governor.
The issue was not a winner for Texas Democrats in 2022 in spite of the Dobbs decision.
He says the average Texan doesn't like what Democrats are offering. Their plan allows for abortions through 6 months of a pregnancy. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A San Antonio police officer is out of a job after reportedly taking 2 guns and some ammo during a gun buyback last November. Following an internal affairs investigation, Officer David Mahula was fired on May 9th. Local residents exchanged more than 900 guns for HEB gift cards at the buyback in the parking lot of the Alamodome. Mahula reportedly lifted 2 guns and 9 boxes of ammo at the event and put them into his personal car. He was dismissed for improper conduct and behavior and for not being honest with investigators. Well, President Biden is in Normandy to honor the anniversary of the D-Day invasion. Here's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
80 years ago, the 160,000 Allied troops landed on the European continent to begin the long battle to defeat Berlin and defeat Nazi Germany. President Biden arriving at the American ceremony in Normandy. He will be meeting some of the last surviving members who participated in Operation Overlord. In his proclamation, Biden says, quote, "Today we remember all the Americans who laid down their lives on D-Day to help end the tyranny of fascism across Europe, liberate oppressed peoples, and ensure the flame of liberty would burn bright around the world."
The president is also expected to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky while in France to discuss support for Ukraine. Well, SpaceX is planning its 4th attempted Texas launch of a Starship rocket this morning. The latest attempt follows 2 failures in a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. The SpaceX website says today's test flight will attempt to return the spacecraft to Earth so it can be reused. The launch is scheduled for about 7 o'clock this morning at the company's starbase in Boca Chica Beach near Brownsville. Well, summer's here, which means it's road trip time.
The price of gas has fallen about 6 cents in the last week to below where it was 1 year ago. Experts say this has little to do with the president tapping the strategic oil reserve.
The release might have made a cent or 2 a gallon, but not to the extent that we've seen the drop over the past 2 or 3 weeks.
Bruce Bullock, who heads the McGuire Energy Institute at SMU, says about 1 million barrels are being released, but the U.S. burns 18 million barrels a day. He says this drop is instead all about the slumping economy. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, TxDOT is announcing another weekend of traffic headaches on the northwest side with plans to close I-10 eastbound and westbound at the Loop 1604 interchange this weekend. The feeders of Loop 1604 in both directions will also be closed at the interchange. The closures are scheduled to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow and continue until 5 a.m. Monday. and that is 9 o'clock tomorrow night. It begins. Police will be on the scene to direct traffic through the area over the weekend. It is 5:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Always great to see Tracy Bogert, the Bexar County chairman of the Bexar County MAGA Republicans, coronavirus deniers, and Marjorie Taylor Greene enthusiasts. Great to see you, Tracy Bogert.
Hi, so glad to have you back.
Thank you, Travis.
Hey, Travis.
Good morning, Rooster. Tim's in the Philippines. Sam Tobias is in Austin.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
6 p.m. Thursday evening in the Philippines.
I know.
Now. Wow, he's 6 hours away from Friday in the Philippines.
Oh, your friend.
Yes.
Jesus, Andrew, come on, man.
I think that was Charity, actually.
I know, but Andrew has to answer everything. Come on, Andrew. You're making my damn phone work too hard. Our 3-day forecast, hot, hot, and hot.
Wow. Yeah. And it's only early June now.
Hey, at least it's June this time. It's not May.
That's true. Good point.
And we set a record day before yesterday for heat index, 117.
Jesus, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. I did not see any of it because I stayed inside. I did not go outside.
That's a good call.
Hello, hello, hello.
Will they be able to hear the D-Day audio when you play
Yeah,
it?
because if I'm playing it, they can hear it.
Tim has a very cool D-Day audio montage coming up.
A couple of them, actually. We have another one from John Decker coming up at 5:40.
Woo! Sean Hannity, everybody.
Hey, Shanity, as we like to call him. Shanity.
Or as I like to refer to him,
Ainsley's guy.
Ainsley Earhart's dude. I guess if I said Ainsley Earhart's bitch, that would be crass.
You'd be like Pat McAfee.
Yeah. And how's that a McAfee? Here we go. Welcome into this beautiful day, Thursday, June 6th, 2024, the 80th anniversary of D-Day, 22 days until the first presidential debate. That'll be on CNN. 52 days until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics that will be played in Paris. 93 days until NFL opening night, Baltimore Ravens against Taylor Swift's boyfriend's team, and 152 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I am doing fabulous because everyone's back together. We've missed you, Chris, so much.
Yes, the band is back together. We're waiting for the T-shirts.
Yeah, mine specifically, by the way.
We will look for the T-shirts. I want to thank Charity. You and Mr. T both came out to my mom's services. You were out at the visitation on Monday night, and meant a lot to me, meant a lot to my family. That both of you and Cindy, your wife, Mr. T, came out as well. So I just want to thank you guys, everybody here, Andrew, EJ, Terry Fox, Charlie, everybody. We're so thoughtful and caring throughout this whole process.
I finally got to meet The Rock.
You met The Rock.
I
exactly.
met The Rock.
You're in. And if you ever need anybody hurt,
Yeah,
Rock, just say Rock.
Exactly.
I used to do that back at Holmes High School. Rock, kick his butt. And then, I never had to get in a fight because Rock would just take care of business.
And the original Rock.
The original
Yes.
Rock, not that guy,
No,
from
not that
wrestling.
Dwayne Johnson guy.
Yeah, no, this is the original Rock.
Yeah, and as sad as the occasion, the passing of your wonderful mother, Chris, that's one thing that's so interesting about funerals is that it brings everybody together. I met your wife, Beth, for the first time, and I greeted her with a hug. I felt like I know her, even though this is the first
she felt
time.
like she knows you. She watches you on video every day. So she felt the same way about you. She felt like she knew you as well.
Oh, it was great to meet everybody.
Very, very cool. But I thank you all, and I've got a lot of people who have messaged me via social media and elsewhere, and I do appreciate it. All right, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Your Weather Channel 3-day forecast, pretty simple. Sunny and hot. Highs 100 today, 100 tomorrow, and 100 on Saturday. 75 degrees in Alamo Heights, 75 in Westover Hills, 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13.
June 6th, 1944.
Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
The day freedom began the long march toward the defeat of tyranny.
Invasion of Normandy.
D-Day?
D-Day. It's D-Day.
On the beaches of Normandy, this is D-Day.
Codenamed Operation Overlord.
Who would honor the ones who didn't make it home.
Brave men dying on the beaches of Normandy.
Let us begin.
June 6th, 1944. For those alive back then, those members of the greatest generation, it was one of those days that you would always remember, where you were. Many of us born after June 6th, 1944. There would be other days in history, the JFK assassination, the Space Shuttle Challenger explosion, 9/11. There are other days now in our lives where we go, oh my God, I remember where I was. I remember everything about that day. But Charity and Mr. T, 4,400 Allied soldiers killed in the invasion of Normandy, 9,000 injured or missing. It was an unbelievably violent and an unbelievably deadly day, but it was absolutely necessary for the Allies to win that war.
And my goodness, the surviving D-Day veterans, how do you begin to say thank you? Because thank you is not enough. I mean, what would the world be today without them?
Yeah, that's exactly true. And I love what Mike Opelka sent us today. Your day at the beach brought to you by their day at the beach.
Yeah.
That puts it all in a nutshell right there.
And the graphic, the photo there that you're showing me is, the landing craft at Normandy with the brave soldiers, going into the water and storming that beach. And my God, most of us have seen it, Saving Private Ryan, that opening sequence, you kind of get a visceral, you'll never get a full understanding, but as far as what film can give you, and if you saw that on the big screen in the theater, just the bullets flying by, the sounds, and just brave heroes dropping one by one in scores, in fact, invading that beach.
Speaking of which, Tom Hanks is in Normandy, France for these commemorations.
Cool. Good for him. I like that.
Yeah.
Outstanding. And of course, as we've been reporting, President Biden there as well. We'll keep an eye on that. We've also got a SpaceX launch.
Yes.
Today at 7:00. We will bring that to you live. And one more thing about D-Day, we've got White House correspondent John Decker has great coverage. We'll talk to him live a little bit later.
6:40 this morning, yes.
Beautiful. And he's got a package that is incredible that we'll play on D-Day as well.
Yeah, we'll play it first time at 5:40.
Outstanding. Lots coming up. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. And Andrew running the live video stream. You want to join us on YouTube? Go to YouTube, search 1200 WOAI. We are live, and In fact, Charity is interacting with people in the live chat as we speak. We're with you till 9. Thanks for hanging out with us. WOAI News Time 516.
And we're back. Got a heavy 5 o'clock hour, so 24.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll text that out.
Yeah.
For 24 hours.
Yeah.
Mitchell Shine Cup.
No kidding.
I'm going there.
Hey, I miss Mitchell. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Tim, from the Philippines. Yeah, Tim, I saw you say earlier, if you're retired, you don't have to worry about what time it is. I would not know that.
Yeah.
I don't see retirement anytime soon.
No, unfortunately.
We work in radio.
Yeah.
My retirement plan is the lotto. Thank you.
Good morning, Jim.
Welcome in, Jim. What is up? Good morning, Jason.
Wow. Good morning, Jason.
Yeah, and I know there's always some people in here who don't chat, which is fine.
Hey.
So when we see your name, we try to say hello and call you out. So if we haven't seen your
I don't
name,
know if that's a good way to
yeah.
put it. But
Hey, Tracy Bogart, I'm sick and tired of your crap. We call you out. So, the El Paso Locomotive beat San Antonio FC
God.
last
Does that mean
night.
the season's over?
1-0.
Does that mean the season's over?
Probably. I don't know. 1-0. I used to be the PA announcer for the San Antonio Scorpions.
Yeah.
We once had a 0-0 game.
Okay, that's
that's un-American.
Yeah. That's why I don't like soccer.
Yeah,
man.
I don't like soccer because it is un-American.
And I don't know how long the games are because they keep adding time.
That's ridiculous.
Wait, it's almost over. No, it's not.
No, we got extra time. The officials would like to add another 7 minutes.
Yeah, well,
Now, when Team USA, men or women, play other countries,
I'll watch a
I'm
little.
very patriotic and xenophobic.
Good morning, Hector.
Is that Hector Gomez? Hector came out to my
Yes, he did.
mom's and saw Mr. T.
Yes.
Hector came out to my mom's visitation, which was very cool. Hector, thank you for that, man. It was great to see you, sir. I do appreciate it.
Okay.
And it was like for Tim and Cindy and Hector, it was like 5 o'clock traffic time at
it was fun.
1604 and 281.
It
Is where
was
the
fun.
funeral
Let me
home.
tell you, it was fun.
So, I mean, you guys went above and beyond the call of duty.
You're just going to throw it to her.
Yeah.
And then it's drive-in movie time.
I might do just a quick drive-in movie day, and one of us has never been to a drive-in.
It's unbelievable, actually. Here we go.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Today is National Drive-In Day, and one of us has never been to a drive-in movie. We'll talk about that and more coming right up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day with commemorations underway in Normandy, France. SpaceX plans a fourth test flight of its Starship rocket this morning from Boca Chica Beach, and it's day 4 of Hunter Biden's gun trial, with the prosecution expected to rest its case this afternoon. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies and hot today, hot tomorrow, and hot on Saturday. All 3 days, highs right around 100 degrees. 76 degrees in Westover Hills, 75 at Lackland Air Force Base, 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 521.
San Antonio's first news, that's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days coming up at 6:48. Today is National Drive-In Movie Day, and I was shocked this morning. We were talking about what we were going to talk about on the show today, and I learned that one of the three of us has never, ever been to a drive-in movie. Mr. T, was that you that's never been to a drive-in movie?
Yeah, it was not me.
That was not me. It was not me. I've been to a lot of drive-in movies.
I wonder who it could be.
I think that leaves one, Charity McCurdy. How is it possible that you've never been to a drive-in movie?
The opportunity just has never presented itself, and I don't know. I don't really have a desire.
No desire.
no.
It was an event.
Was great.
It was an event.
Putting that speaker on your window,
yes.
rolling the window up. In high school, getting in the trunk of a car.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Sneaking kids into the Fredericksburg Road Drive-In Theater.
Sounds sweaty.
Yeah, well, and sweaty hot summer nights.
But your kids
walk into the snack bar.
Yeah.
Get your popcorn and your Coke.
And the other thing, you could bring your own refreshments in your car. It was great.
Well, my first job was at a movie theater, and I worked in the air conditioning and enjoyed it. So,
well, it wasn't so bad because the movies were shown only at night because daytime drive-in movies just don't work out real well. And it would kind of cool down at night. So
I'm sure it really set the scene for date night. I think that's really what the perk was. Let's be honest here. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Fogging up the windows.
Yeah, if you took a date to the drive-in movie, there was kind of a subtext to that.
Yes, it was understood.
We're not only going to
definitely.
see a movie,
Yes.
we're going to be in a car parking for a while.
So you weren't really watching the movie.
There was movies?
It did not have my undivided attention.
Okay.
No,
And
no.
I grew up in Holmes High School District. The Bandera Road Drive-In Theater was at Bandera and Loop 410.
Yep.
And so that was maybe 10 minutes away from my house. It was maybe 7 minutes away from Holmes High School. So our go-to drive-in at Holmes High School was the Bandera Road Drive-In Theater.
See, ours was the Valley High Drive-In because it was right around the corner from where I grew up at, and we used to go there a lot.
So, Charity, we want to hear some drive-in movie memories, if anybody has any. How would people let us know about that?
The iHeartRadio app. You just search the radio station, you hit the talkback button, and 30 seconds to educate me about your drive-in theater
And what
experience.
did you see? And what did you see? I always like to know what do you remember
Eastwood
seeing?
Magnum Force.
See, I saw Billy Jack.
Yeah, I remember Clint Eastwood just blowing away
Oh,
people
yeah.
with a 44.
Oh yeah,
It was beautiful.
good movies.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk more about that coming up. We'll hear about your drive-in movie memories. What was your go-to drive-in movie? Tim's was Valley High Drive-In. Mine was Bandera Road. Where did you go? We want to, even if it was outside of San Antonio, tell us about it. Lots more coming up, including White House correspondent John Decker on D-Day. WOAI News Time 525.
All right. So he can hear us even when the mics aren't on. I just realized that.
Oh, he can, okay.
Apparently so.
Okay.
Don't know if I like that, but he does.
The Lackland. Tracy
Oh, yeah.
Bogart. Lackland, baby.
Remember the Mission Drive-In?
So as I told you, The
X-rated.
Hills Have Eyes.
Yes,
The Hills
X-rated,
Have
yes.
Eyes, which I saw at the Bandera Road Drive-In
did you?
Theater. The Hills Have Eyes. I also saw, what was it? God. Because I remember the end of it. I'm forgetting the name of it, but at the
Scary
very
movies?
end of it, it'll come to me in like 5 minutes when my brain accesses it. At the very end of it, there was a shootout, and they played Benny and the Jets.
Oh, I know what you're
And the
talking
guy
about. Yeah,
gets shot in slow motion. It's raining. It's dark.
What was that?
Oh God! I'll
Oh.
Google Benny and the Jets at the end of
Yeah.
the movie. God, I can't believe I'm forgetting the
Man.
name of that movie. That's why God created Google.
Exactly. Thank God there's
Okay.
a reason.
Okay, 70s movie with
Benny and the Jet.
No, they gave me a 2014 movie. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Here, let me see what I find.
This is it. Aloha, Bobby and
Yes,
Rose.
there you go.
I saw Aloha, Bobby and Rose at the Bandera, and it was like one of the coolest final sequences. They're both like getting shot up in
I
slow
do
motion.
remember that.
And right as he's going down, the crowd, yeah!
Doom.
Aloha, Bobby and Rose. For some
Wow.
reason, I was thinking what hit my brain was Mother Jugs and Speed,
Oh, see now
which was
that-
also a great
yeah,
movie.
Great movie.
But it was not Aloha, Bobby and
No,
Rose.
it was not.
And at the end of the movie, Aloha, Bobby and Rose.
Yeah.
You're
Aloha
dead.
also means goodbye.
Yes. Yeah. It means hello and
but
goodbye.
it also means goodbye. Doo-doo.
Hector Gomez, the Varsity Drive-In Theater down Culebra Road
Oh, yeah, I
near
remember
St.
that.
Mary's University.
I remember that. And the San Pedro Drive-In was one of the last ones to be running. You know, that's when they started having the nights where people just went out and partied. Is what it
Yes.
was. It was just hang out and party until
Yes.
the fight started, and then
Yes.
one big fight closed it for everybody.
Jason loved the Mission Drive-In.
Yes. Bound chicka bow now.
Woody Henderson, welcome in.
Mm. Yeah, tell Beth, even though I haven't seen her in 23 years, she looks exactly the same.
As does Cindy.
Exactly the
Yeah,
same.
I will tell her that.
So I just told Cindy, man, she
Yeah, you
hasn't
might have just
changed
told
a-
her because
you
she
know,
tunes into this sometimes.
It hasn't changed a bit in 23 years because we were figuring it out on the way home. It's been 23 years
That
since we've
is
seen
crazy.
it. Yeah,
That's a quarter century.
almost.
Almost. Yeah.
Almost. That's wild,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, the last time my wife Beth and myself and Tim and his wife Cindy were together was St. Lucia.
November 2020, 2001.
Wow.
Yeah, right after
Amazing.
9/11, too.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. Good times.
And I've told you this story before. So it's Friday of that week.
Yeah.
So the day before, Charlie says,
Yes.
write
Take the day
Andrew,
off.
write Andrew and ask him if we can have Friday off. So I sent him an
And
email.
you fell for it.
And Andrew Ashwood, the late great Andrew Ashwood, who by the way is going into the San Antonio Radio Hall of Fame. I saw
About
that.
time.
He sent me this scathing email. How dare you? I have sent you and Charlie and Tim to St. Lucia. I have provided everything for you. And then he said, and this really wasn't true. He said, oh, by the way, the ratings haven't been the best lately. They were
Yeah.
actually very, very good, but he was
Yeah,
just trying to
but
make
he
me
was
feel
making
bad.
a point,
No,
yeah.
he made me feel like
I can't believe that
dog
you actually fell
crap.
for that. and
Well,
did
and
it.
again, so Charlie
Charlie knew better than to
well,
do
and-
that.
well, but Ashwood might have. Charlie gets whatever Charlie wants. Ashwood might have said yes to Charlie, so he has me send the email, and Andrew treated me like I just committed a felony
See, I just remember those damn frogs. They're
Yes.
so loud.
during the show.
So loud.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
All right, two people. Steven.
Beautiful.
Of course.
Jay Kemp, welcome in. Tim, Sam, Hector, Travis, Jason. So you're going to have Charity here in a moment with
Yeah.
all the news,
We'll let you watch
and we are
Charity.
doing Decker at 40.
Yeah, yeah, it's on the
Cool,
rundown.
cool, cool. And
White
they
House-
will hear that?
Yes, because I'll
Beautiful.
play it. They will be able to hear it. Yes.
Rooster left to talk back.
Yes, I know. Just saw it.
Beautiful.
He went to the Mission Drive-In for the brown chicken, brown cow.
Thank you. Jay Kemp P. Thank you.
Jay Kempy.
Jay Kemp P.
Oh, Jay Kempy. So Jay Kempy?
We were in a car the other day, and there's a cop pulling up on me.
Yeah.
It's a red light. Here comes a cop, and then he gets behind me and he pulls up next to me, and it looked just like San Antonio Police Department,
Yeah.
but it was San Antonio Park Police.
Oh, okay. They still have all the jurisdiction.
Oh, I know they do.
Because I got pulled over by
Yeah.
one time,
But,
and he told me, you thought I
my-
was just a park police,
Well,
didn't you?
my wife and I start like mocking him through
Yeah.
the glass. We
Yeah.
didn't say it. We go, you're not even SAPP. You're SAPP. You're PP. You're SAPP.
You're lucky you didn't move your lips and
No,
pull you
so,
over.
Yeah, I'd have been in cuffs on the ground.
All right, everybody, here comes Charity McCurdy in 25 seconds.
Enjoy it.
5:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, commemorations are underway to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. SpaceX will fire up its Starship rocket from Boca Chica Beach, and the Dallas Mavs are looking for their second championship as the NBA Finals begin. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunny and hot, a high near 102. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 76 degrees. Well, events are underway in northern France to mark the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
Hundreds were already on Utah Beach as the sun rose this morning, many in Second World War era uniforms, some descendants of those who came ashore here in 1944. They were there to see U.S. Navy SEALs reenact the landing of the 2nd Naval Beach Battalion, some parachuted trailing flags and red smoke. Commemorations are taking place right across the Normandy coast. Veterans aged over 100 flew in from the US to take part. They're joined today by President Biden and other world leaders. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, Hunter Biden's trial for his federal gun case included multiple people called by the prosecution to testify. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody says it's important the prosecution uses Biden's laptop as evidence.
The prosecution has to show that he purchased this gun and lied on forms when he was addicted to drugs, and the laptop is the payload for all that evidence.
Hunter Biden's ex-wife and ex-girlfriend testified yesterday. The prosecution is expected to rest its case this afternoon. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, speaking to Fox's Hannity, former President Trump is vowing to end the weaponization of government if he's elected into office this November and insists the Democrats are weaponizing government against him.
We can't let this happen. And I will do everything in my power not to let. But there's tremendous criminality here. What they're doing to me, if it's going to continue, we're really not going to have much of a country left.
Trump previously said in a town hall back in December he would not be a dictator if he took office except for day one. Well, the head of the FBI says he's worried about the southern border, but it's not what you think.
Much has been made about illegal immigrants whose name pop up on a terror screening database. The head of the FBI says he worries more about the people who come across into Texas with no ID.
Or, and this is very important, individuals armed with fake documents.
Director Christopher Wray told the Senate this week he worries about missing people who should be on a terror screening database because of a lack of foreign intelligence. He points to the U.S. pullout from Afghanistan. That, he says, hurt intelligence gathering from the whole region. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, a computer system that was supposed to update the way Bexar County deals with criminal cases is not living up to expectations. Odyssey Case Manager went live on May 30th, replacing an older system that had not been updated in more than 50 years. But courtrooms say the case info Odyssey provides is hard to access and often inaccurate or incomplete. Judge Ron Ronhell says these are the sorts of problems that result when updating from a 1972 DOS-based system. Well, the NBA Finals have finally arrived.
NBA fans will get to watch some basketball tonight for the first time since last Thursday. Game 1 of the Finals tips off tonight at 8:30 Eastern from TD Garden in Boston as the Celtics and the Mavericks battle for a title. Boston went 12-2 in the Eastern Conference playoffs, sweeping the Pacers in the conference finals, while the Mavericks went 12-5 in their run to the finals, defeating the Timberwolves in 5 games to win the West. For Boston, it's the second finals appearance in the last 3 seasons after they lost to the Golden State Warriors in 2022. For the Mavericks, it's the organization's first time back in the finals since 2011 when Dallas beat the Heat for the title. Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Well, officials are reporting the death of a black bear that was hit by a pickup truck over the weekend. Real County Sheriff Nathan Johnson says the accident happened Saturday night on Highway 83 south of Texas Highway 41 in the far northeast part of the county. The truck driver suffered minor injuries. Texas game wardens collected the bear, which was found about 30 yards from the crash site. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Department says black bears are making a comeback in Texas, even though they're a threatened species. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco, appropriately wearing an Army t-shirt today.
Thank you.
On this 80th anniversary of D-Day. He, along with Andrew Zimmel, flying the Millennium Falcon, and we are live on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube to participate in the live chat and see the show live. Coming up, we'll go back in time for flashback. But right now, on this 80th anniversary of D-Day, a man we will speak with live in 1 hour, John Decker, has filed this report on D-Day.
For most Americans, archival footage of D-Day, June 6, 1944, is our only connection to one of the most important battles of World War II. 80 years after that day that saved the world, 99-year-old George Saros still vividly remembers how he felt as he landed on Utah Beach aboard his transport ship LST-515.
I know we were worried whether we were going to make it or not, whether we were going to keep the beach there or not.
Saros, a native of Chicago, was just 19 years old. His mission as a motor machinist when his ship hit the beach at 1 p.m., deliver ammo, troops, tanks, ambulances, and jeeps in exchange for wounded paratroopers to be brought back to England for medical attention.
When we hit the beach, we opened the bow doors and lowered the ramps, and the ambulance was coming. And we were taking all the guys who were wounded, putting them on the tank deck. I don't know how many we picked up. We loaded our whole hand tank. That's what all the LSTs were doing.
The D-Day invasion was the largest naval, air, and land operation in history. Success didn't come easy. Some 4,000 Allied troops were killed by German soldiers defending the beaches.
I really liked the guys. We were all together. We lived out for each other.
For George Saros, D-Day was a noble cause. Here at the World War II Memorial in Washington, the words of President Roosevelt delivered to the nation on D-Day are engraved in memoriam. They fight not for the love of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate.
When you stop and think of those that sacrificed their lives, and those guys hit the beach and lost 4,000 or 5,000 of us on the beach, we should honor them, make it a regular celebration. Because if it hadn't been for the generation that I grew up, I don't know what our nation would have been if we'd have lost the war.
Why were you so lucky, George?
I don't know. I think the Lord was there. I have a great trust for the Lord. And I often think about that. You know, why us?
If there's one lament of this true American hero, it is more about this country's future rather than our past.
I'll tell you, I'm really disappointed in our country now. I think we're going the wrong way. I don't see the camaraderie that we have when we're in war.
That camaraderie is what helped America defeat tyranny. For George Saros, who will soon turn 100, D-Day is a reminder of what our country can achieve when it comes together and is unified in purpose. In Flat Rock, North Carolina, I'm John Decker.
God bless the heroes of D-Day 80 years ago today. Charity, we'll talk with John Decker live in an hour, just less than an hour now. But I thought it was very telling what that hero had to say, Charity, near the end. He said, we're going in the wrong direction. We're not together as a country anymore like we had to be back in 1944.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder if younger generations truly grasped the magnitude of that day and what it meant for the nation and the world. I mean, it really puts life into perspective when you recount what they did on June 6th of 1944. And the fact that, so many lost their lives, over 4,000. I mean, all you have to do is watch Saving Private Ryan to get a snapshot of the brutality, the sacrifice of that day. And I said it earlier, and it bears repeating, saying thank you to these surviving D-Day veterans is simply not enough.
I say thank you to all the veterans because, look, I wonder if this happened today, God forbid, what kind of turnout would we have? Because these kids, they were kids. I mean, some 19 years old. Those are kids rushing into a beach not knowing whether they're coming back or not. And I don't know if our youth and our people in America today could do that.
Let us pray that we could. But it is a great question. Coming up, flashback, we will go back in time. And also coming up, your drive-in movie memories on this National Drive-In Movie Day. Don't go anywhere. Lots coming up. WOAI News Time 546. Okay. Beautiful.
Thank you. Hello.
Sam Tobias mentioning game 1 tonight.
Yes, sir.
Between the Dallas Mavericks and the Boston Celtics, the NBA Finals. I'm not proud, but I cannot pull for the Boston Celtics. The city of Boston, their sports fans are pretty god awful. They're rude. They're often racist when it comes to Red Sox fans. And again, Dallas has a lot of pretentious people as well. I'm no huge Mavericks fan, but I kind of like the Mavericks in this series. Mark Cuban, I used to really dislike him. He's kind of grown on me. And Luka Doncic,
Derek White.
I love Derek White.
That's my reason for pulling for the Boston. I'm pulling for Derek White. I'm not pulling for the Boston Celtics. I'm not pulling for Dallas Mavericks. I'm pulling for Derek White.
See, but if Derek White went and played for Al Qaeda, I still couldn't. Even though he's cool,
he's not playing for Dallas. That's kind of
true.
the same thing, isn't it?
I
cannot root for Dallas, man. I can't.
Sadly,
no.
It's the great state of Texas. It's the state of
South
Texas
Oklahoma
against these Beantown.
It's South Oklahoma.
Blustering,
It's not Texas.
Yeah, it's home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, okay.
Tom Landry, Roger
Cowboys
Staubach
play in Arlington, so it should be the Arlington Cowboys. I just can't. I can't do it. I cannot root for. Hello, I lost my train of thought there.
Tracy, PS Loop 13 drive-in military was referred to Loop 13 because Military Drive was a loop.
Yeah, I remember that. Still is, actually. If you look at it. Doesn't go all the way around anymore, does it? I don't think so.
Sam Tobias says the San Antonio Spurs fan in me can't root for either team.
Well, that's true.
See,
I'm just rooting for Derek White to have a great series.
When I was younger, and I'm not proud of this, I was a kid and a Cowboys fan. Like when the Washington Redskins would play the Philadelphia Eagles, hated both teams. So I'd watch the game and root for injuries.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't root for either team, but I can root for injuries. I don't do that anymore. I was a kid. I've learned. I've grown. I'm a better human being than I was in 1975.
And see, I just can't. With Kyrie Irving on the Dallas Mavericks, the flat earther, I have a problem with him.
I don't like that. I kind of like Luka Doncic.
Yeah, he's a big complainer and trash talker, man.
Mark Cuban does a lot of great things for veterans.
Yeah, but he doesn't really own that much of the Mavericks anymore.
True.
You know?
So we don't have to hate him as much.
No. Never really hated him. I just didn't like him. If that makes any sense. I just did not like him.
Travis says, I will be watching softball tonight.
There you go.
Absolutely no interest in watching either NBA team.
Texas OU. Texas got their butts kicked last night. It's a must win for UT tonight. Unfortunately, I live with the biggest NBA fan in the world, so I will be watching probably the NBA Finals. Checking on the Texas softball.
If you don't like either team, it's a big story. It's Celtics Mavericks for the last NBA championship before Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs take over. So enjoy it while you can. It's like that year when Michael Jordan went to baseball, and you know it was like a break.
That's when the Rockets got their championships. Because that was the only reason they got them, because Michael Jordan was playing baseball.
Yes.
Or he was trying to play baseball.
Olajuwon owned David Robinson.
He was the man.
In that Western Conference final.
Here we go.
Yeah. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. Good. Very good documentary.
Yes. Oh, man. Not just the kids. Never heard of her.
No, neither have I. When Star Jones left The View, they lost me, man. I never. she was the Elvis of The View. I was gone. They're dead to me ever since Star Jones left. Charity, 2004, 2005, 2006.
I'm going to go with the safe bet, the middle one, 2005.
I'll go with that.
I will make it unanimous. Let's see if it's 2005.
Oh,
we missed it by that much.
Man. That's
man.
2 days in a row, Charity, that your formula hasn't worked for us.
I know. I'm slipping.
I'm going to go for the hat trick tomorrow. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
President Biden is in Normandy for today's D-Day anniversary, marking the historic World War II battle. Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today, as yesterday featured testimony from his exes. And get ready for another weekend of gridlock with more closures on I-10 at 1604 on the city's north side. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 75 in Alamo Ranch, 75 in Bernie, and 74 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:54.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker will have those were the days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell, and today is National Drive-In Movie Day. We learned that Mr. T's go-to drive-in when he was a kid was the Valley High Drive-In. My go-to was the Bandera Road Drive-In. I saw Magnum Force with Clint Eastwood there.
Good movie,
I
man.
saw Aloha, Bobby, and Rose.
Which was just
at the very end. There's a shootout in slow motion in the rain, and they're playing Benny and the Jets by Elton John. It was beautiful. It was violent but beautiful.
Yeah, it was a strange movie.
And Charity McCurdy has never been to a drive-in theater and has absolutely no desire to go. Is it because of the type of person that is associated with a drive-in movie?
Excuse me?
Going experience, Charity. What I'm getting at is this another? You're kind of a beer elitist. You're kind of you're a pizza elite. You like Grimaldi and all these, shoo
melon mushroom.
Yeah, very special. Is it because if you're going to, and you worked in a movie theater for many years, if you're going to see a movie, you want the ultimate movie experience. You don't want to slum it in a drive-in.
It sounds like it would be uncomfortable.
It's not, though.
The Texas heat,
Air conditioner.
even if it's at nighttime and then, you're idling. So that's gas. I don't know. If you have to go to the bathroom, you have to get out of the car.
Yeah, they have bathrooms.
And walk
They have bathrooms,
in a
concession
dusty parking
stand.
lot, mess up your nice shoes.
Now,
I
how do
don't
you know
know.
they're dusty if you've never been to one?
Oh, well, I don't picture it, being grass.
Some were.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
We alluded to it earlier. If you're a young man in high school taking your date to the drive-in,
If you were lucky, they went to the drive-in with you.
that was a peak experience.
Definitely.
I'm just saying.
And what was the worst thing is you would see people do this all the time when you had to hang that speaker on the window, and they would
yes.
drive off with the speaker still hooked.
And we knew some people who would intentionally
take them,
cut the cord.
They're not that great of
They're
speakers.
horrible speakers, and they'd have them up in their house. Look what I stole! Great. I'm very proud of you. So what do we got, Mr. T?
Let's go to Rooster.
Hey, good morning, crew. It's Rooster. Glad you're back, Chris. Glad everybody's back together. Say, my favorite drive-in was the Mission Drive-In over there on the south side. Back in the day, it was $2 a carload. They were open 7 days a week, even in the wintertime. And it was a place to go and party. We could do everything, drink, smoke. And on top of that, it was a lot cheaper than a hotel. Yeah. You guys have a great one, Rooster.
Wow.
Mission Drive-In, South Side. Sweet, I like it. So, all right, we'll play you some more coming up.
It was cheaper than a motel. He's right.
You know, that's it. I don't think my daddy would have let me go to a drive-in.
If he was a smart daddy, he would have
Yeah.
said, no way.
Yeah, if you've got a young daughter, you don't want some dude taking her to the drive-in. All right, lots more coming up. Charity's got all the news you need to know. We will check in with John Decker in the 6 o'clock hour live on D-Day. That and more coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:57.
That was hilarious.
Beautiful.
Roosters that was awesome.
Yes. Yeah, that was a great line.
That was great.
Are we live?
Yeah. Yeah, we're up.
We'll give Rooster props for that.
Rooster, that was awesome, dude.
Yeah, Rooster, hilarious. The line about it was cheaper than a hotel or a motel. That was very, very good.
Oh, well, somebody else was at Billy Jack also.
Billy Jack was great.
That was great, man.
That was great cinema.
There was a movie theater in Laredo called Border Town. Border Town Drive-In.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You remember, you probably don't remember this movie, but I saw this movie at the Valley High Drive-In as well. Schlock.
Schlock. I don't remember Schlock.
Yeah, it was like a monster movie, and it was looked like a gorilla, kind of like a Sasquatch thing, and it was Schlock. And I saw that. It was like the early 70s too, man.
Wow.
And I went with some people and saw that, and it was just a bizarre movie.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So we do Trump here? That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we are, Chris.
Very cool.
Everyone's gone to the movies. Yeah, yep. Coolio. Everyone's gone to the movies.
So we still have two, at least.
So we got 4 now.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Yeah. Look at Tracy Bogart hitting on Charity there.
Tracy Bogart. Very nice. For new viewers, Tracy Bogart is the chairman of the Bexar County MAGA Republicans, coronavirus deniers, global warming deniers, and Marjorie Taylor Greene enthusiasts.
That's true. It is. Yes.
I saw a cartoon on Facebook. It's in silhouette. It says "Make Texas Great Again."
Yeah.
And it shows someone throwing somebody out of a wheelchair off a cliff. And it's Governor Greg Abbott going off a cliff.
He loves MTG.
Yes.
We knew that.
.01 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Testimony from Hunter Biden's exes in his federal gun trial, and SpaceX plans another test launch of its Starship rocket. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in the mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunny and hot, a high near 102. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, we're at 75 degrees. Well, President Biden is in Normandy, France to honor the 80th anniversary of D-Day. The president even sang happy birthday to one veteran to help him celebrate.
Happy birthday, dear Dick. Happy birthday to you.
A bipartisan group of House lawmakers also honored the anniversary, parachuting out of a World War II era plane over Normandy, just as the Allied airborne forces did on June 6 of 1944. Well, the prosecution could soon rest in Hunter Biden's Delaware trial on federal gun charges. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
A former girlfriend of Hunter Biden testifying about his near constant cocaine use. His ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, testifying she found drugs in his car repeatedly. The man who sold Hunter Biden the handgun in question in 2018 telling the court he watched him check no to a question on whether he used illegal drugs on the federal firearm form. Prosecutors who are trying to prove he knowingly lied say they have 6 witnesses left. Defense attorney Abby Lowell has argued evidence does not directly prove his client was using drugs at the time of the purchase, noting the first defense witness could be called Friday. The president's son has pled not guilty to charges of illegally buying and owning a weapon while abusing drugs. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, in an interview with Fox's Hannity, former President Trump insists he is the best choice to lead the U.S. against the growing number of threats the country faces, and insists President Biden was never good at what he did.
He was never the brightest bulb. And everybody understands that. Everybody knows that. You look at his foreign policy over the years, it was always wrong. You look at all of the things, you look at his crime bill in the 1990s, how horrible that was to certain groups of people.
The Wall Street Journal recently published a report that said the president has been showing signs of slipping behind closed doors. White House officials dismissed that report. Well, the Georgia election interference case against former President Trump is, for now, on hold. Fox's Gernal Scott explains.
A state appeals court has decided to halt the case as it reviews a lower court decision to allow Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis to continue as prosecutor. The order essentially ties the hands of Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee. The next step was to be pretrial motions in that case, which alleges former President Trump with 18 others tried to overturn the Georgia presidential election result in 2020. Those indictments came last August. If there are oral arguments, they will be heard October 4th, with a decision due by next March, which could also be appealed to the Georgia Supreme Court. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The 2024 convention of the Texas Democratic Party starts today in El Paso. Democrats will elect party leaders and decide on their agenda for next year's legislative session. In addition, they'll select 273 delegates and 20 alternates to the 2024 Democratic National Convention set for August in Chicago. Well, SpaceX is planning its 4th attempted Texas launch of a Starship rocket later this morning. The latest attempt follows 2 failures in a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. The SpaceX website says today's test flight will attempt to return the spacecraft to Earth so it can be reused. The launch is scheduled for about 7 a.m. at the company starbase on Boca Chica Beach near Brownsville. Well, a San Antonio police officer is out of a job for stealing from a gun buyback event last year.
Last November, SAPD held a gun buyback event at an Alamo Dome parking lot where over 900 guns along with ammunition were exchanged for HEB gift cards. Officer David Mahula reportedly took 2 shotguns and 9 boxes of ammo from the event and put them in his personal car. Those shotguns have never been recovered. According to the San Antonio Express News, an internal affairs investigation led to Mahula being fired on May 9th for improper conduct and behavior and being dishonest with investigators. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
No, we are now, though.
You just
Chris.
missed a really good Tim Merriman story about a drive-in.
Yeah. And a Chrysler New Yorker with a trunk so big you could almost stand up in it.
I remember this song. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. I remember that. That was the jingle.
And it was like riding
for
in
a
a
New
boat,
Yorker.
you know, when you're riding in it because it was so smooth. It was like riding on water. It was like being in a boat, man.
Wow.
It was great. Loved it. That was a good party car for my buddy Daryl had.
Excellent. Woo! Right?
Yep. She just did that one little story is all she did. Our girl, Maggie.
So that was probably pre-taped.
It was, but that dress was spectacular.
Yeah. Bexar County glitch is delaying jail releases. That must be the story
Yeah.
about the new system.
Yep. And that's Sue Kalberg. Yeah, you missed my story yesterday. It was American Gladiators. They're rebooting American Gladiators on Amazon Prime. I actually was participated in American Gladiators at the Convention Center Arena.
I never knew that.
I got to joust all the people that I worked with at KZEP. And let's
Very
just say
nice.
I kicked all their asses. I kicked every one of their asses, man.
Now, but who was the guy who fired you for kicking his ass in basketball?
Winston.
Winston.
Yeah.
So
He didn't
I
go.
hope you didn't
He
joust
didn't
with
play.
Winston.
He did not play because he knew he would get his ass kicked. Here we go.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T. Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon on this 80th anniversary of D-Day. Speaking of D-Day, at 6:40 live, White House correspondent John Decker. We played a report of his on D-Day just a few minutes ago. We'll have him reflect on D-Day live coming right up a little bit later this half hour at 6:22. We will talk about National Drive-In Movie Day. We're asking for your drive-in movie memories on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. But coming right up, we'll talk about the Georgia Court of Appeals pausing the 2020 election case against former President Donald Trump. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. All 3 days, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 75 at Westover Hill, 75 in Chavano Park, and 74 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:10.
San Antonio's first news on this 80th anniversary of D-Day. And as we speak, Mr. T and I and Charity looking at a live picture from Normandy, France, where it is 6:11. Check that, 1:11 in the afternoon. 1:11 in the afternoon in Normandy, France. President Joe Biden about to take the podium and address the commemoration there of the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Meanwhile, the Georgia Court of Appeals has paused the 2020 election case against former President Donald Trump. They want to review a judge's decision allowing District Attorney Fani Willis to stay on that case. The court will hear arguments on October 4th, and a decision is expected by March of 2025. And Charity, a lot of people are saying part of the strategy of the Trump defense team is to stall and run out the clock until the November election happens, and then the power will be with the new president, if he wins, Donald Trump, being reelected or elected for the second time to make these cases go away.
Yeah, and this pause in proceedings makes it very unlikely that the Georgia case will go to trial before the November election. So that means that only this hush money trial, which he was found guilty of 34 felony counts, is the only one that will have concluded before the November election. And what happened to the former president's polling numbers? after that hush money trial concluded, they went up, as well as did fundraising.
And I imagine this will cause his numbers to go up and fundraising to go up. And the eight co-defendants are sure are happy about this because they want Willis off the case. And I actually think she should be off the case.
She's tainted.
Yes, it's tainted, and so that's just setting it up for appeal if she does, if Georgia does win. But I don't think it's going to happen like that. I think this might just go away.
Yeah, and as we know, District Attorney Fani Willis having an affair, allegedly, maybe even not allegedly, maybe in fact, with another associate,
the special
attorney.
Prosecutor.
Yeah, the
yes.
special prosecutor is just that's just sloppy.
It is.
That's unprofessional.
It is.
And that's sloppy. There's an old saying: you don't go to the bathroom where you work.
Yes.
And that is what District Attorney Fani Willis did. And you're not a very good professional in this case as a district attorney if you're doing that.
Yeah. And, again, that's been the Trump team strategy all along. The legal team strategy is delay, delay, delay. And it's just another victory for the Trump campaign.
Yeah, definitely another victory for the Trump campaign. And I want to see what his fundraising will do after this announcement was made yesterday. How much did it go up yesterday?
Yes, and we will certainly keep an eye on all aspects of Decision 2024 as we move forward. Coming up at 6:22, more from you on this National Drive-In Day, your drive-in movie memories. And we're trying to educate Charity McCurdy, who's never been to a drive-in movie.
Trying to sell her on the fact that she needs to go to one.
And coming right up, my encounter with a motorcycle police officer.
Officer Flathers?
It was not Officer Flathers,
shoot.
although I love him. He made the speeding ticket experience so pleasant for me a while back. Now, this was another police officer I had an encounter with on the morning of my mother's funeral.
Ruh-roh.
I'll tell you about that coming right up. WOAI News Time, 6:14.
Okay.
So the story about the police officer.
That's great, though.
And his name is, I'll cover up his phone number, but his name is Lieutenant Danny Thompson. He was tremendous. He kind of led, I think there were 4 motorcycle officers escorting the funeral procession from the church to Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery. Anyway, Lieutenant Danny Thompson told me he's a regular listener.
Beautiful.
To WOAI, to this show, and it was just very, very cool. And he said to me, he goes, Chris Duell, I'd know that voice anywhere. And I said, that's why I can't rob a bank with a ski mask. You guys
we know you.
You guys are going to bust me. Is that Chris Duell with the ski mask?
Take that mask off, Chris.
Come on. And put your hands behind your back.
Yeah. Assume the position, sir.
Yeah.
She played Bad Boys, Bad Boys. What you gonna do? Cops is filmed before a live studio audience. Oh, yeah, we moved it. It was in Charlie's Way, yeah. Yes, it was. Uh-oh, he's got to walk downstairs.
Oh, God. You know his campaign, every moment like this.
Don't put stairs. Texas Pride. That's out by me. There it is. It's funny, it doesn't look anything like that when you go there.
Oh, could you and just double check that Andrew's recording this? So I appreciate it. See you, Tracy Bogert.
Is he leaving?
He's going to go lay some pipe.
Oh, hey.
He's going to go lay some pipe. What, are you going to a drive-in theater? Come on, Tracy.
Is that what the kids call it, Tracy?
And you have 4 currently?
Yes.
Okay, and when is out time?
Oh, hey, man. Let me look.
Texas Pride Barbecue.
25, Chris.
25,
25. We want to get to John Decker on time.
Oh, yes.
Yes, we know where Texas Pride Barbecue is. Right by my house. Used to be a great place.
Yes.
Used to be.
Used to be. Not no more?
Well, it's still okay, but my God, their prices went through the roof.
That's too bad.
And they actually have a helipad. There's a guy that flies his helicopter in.
Wow.
And lands there. He really
At
does.
Texas Pride Barbecue.
He really does, yeah.
Is he the owner or is he just a dude?
He's just a guy that loves Texas Pride Barbecue. He's got a helicopter and he flies in out there. You'll see him fly over. I'll see him fly over my house every now and then. I go, oh, he must be going to Texas Pride.
Man, he's having a hard time walking too. Look at that.
Yeah.
We're watching Biden
Well,
walking.
he just got up from his nap, Chris.
Yeah. If he doesn't fall down, they're going to give him an ice cream cone.
Oh, no, don't give him
Afterwards.
an ice cream cone on camera ever again. That was creepy. It was just creepy and weird. I didn't want to see that ever again.
Macron winning the wife competition.
Yes, he is. Here we go.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. In Charity and Mr. T, as you know, we've talked about it. My mom's funeral was on Tuesday, and we were at St. Joseph's Roman Catholic Chapel. And as you know, the funeral procession leaves the church to go to Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery. It's led by motorcycle officers.
Yes.
And I met the guy leading the motorcycle officers, now a Bexar County constable, a retired San Antonio Police Department officer. In fact, flew helicopters not only for the SAPD, but later for television news stations. Wow. His name, Lieutenant Danny Thompson. And he says to me, he goes, Chris Duell, I'd know that voice anywhere. And I go, good thing I'm not Robin Banks in a ski mask. And he says he listens to WOAI all the time. He listens to this program all the time. And it was just so cool to meet someone who knew us. And he was a big part of the funeral procession. So a shout out to Lieutenant Danny Thompson, who's just a great, great man.
Most definitely. And that's a dangerous job, by the
Amen.
way, if you've ever been in a funeral procession. I mean, those motorcycle cops have to stop traffic going on the on-ramps of highways. I mean, it's very strategic and dangerous.
And thank you for everything you do, officer.
Most definitely.
Yes, not only Lieutenant Danny Thompson, but all police officers, and certainly, and you don't really think about what Charity just said, to be a motorcycle officer leading a funeral procession. It's
Very
such a
dangerous.
service to the family and to the
Amen.
community, and I tip my cap to Lieutenant Danny Thompson and all police officers.
Now, can you call him Lieutenant Dane?
I might.
Lieutenant Dane.
Lieutenant Dan. I like that. I'll ask him if that's okay.
Okay, ask him.
We'll ask him. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, it was on this day 80 years ago, more than 160,000 Allied troops stormed the beaches of Normandy to gain a foothold in Nazi-occupied Europe. Vladimir Putin has issued a warning over strikes inside Russia, and an SAPD officer has been fired for taking guns and ammo from a gun buyback event. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Lots of sunshine today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. All 3 days, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 75 degrees in Alamo Heights, 75 in Westover Hills, and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker coming up at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. Before that, at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker. He produced that amazing audio report we played earlier on D-Day. We will talk with him live about this 80th anniversary of D-Day as we speak in Normandy, France, where it is 1:23 p.m., a ceremony to commemorate the anniversary of D-Day. President Joe Biden about to speak. But Charity, we are also commemorating, it's not nearly as impactful, but it is National Drive-In Movie Day. Charity, we learned earlier this morning, you've never been to a drive-in movie. You have no desire to go to a drive-in movie. Mr. T's go-to drive-in theater was the Valley High Drive-In. Mine as a kid was the Bandera Road Drive-In. Charity, we want to hear from the people, their drive-in movie memories. How do they tell us?
The iHeartRadio app is absolutely free, by the way. Download it. If you don't have it, just search the radio station, 1200 WOAI. You hit the red talkback button, 30 seconds, and drop some knowledge on me, because I have no idea what a drive-in movie theater experience is like. I imagine it's pretty sweaty in the Texas heat.
I'm glad that you said that, Charity, because this one is specifically for you.
This is for Charity and anyone else who hasn't been to a drive-in movie. The one in New Braunfels is great. It's Stars and Stripes Drive-In. We started going with the family back during the pandemic, and it's been great. We take our chairs. We have a little table to set up for concessions. We take a speaker to listen to the movie on, and it's great. If it's hot, we bring a fan. If it's cold, we bring blankets. Saw Garfield last weekend. It was great.
I like it.
I do too.
He sold me on it. Charity, are you going to go to New Braunfels and go to the drive-in?
I do love New Braunfels. I love Cross's Cafe. So, I'm going to keep an open mind. I won't rule it out.
I think you need to expose your kids.
No, here's what
make
we
it
need
a
to
family
do.
event.
Let's make it a morning show event, and we'll all go.
And we'll all go, and everybody, Tracy Bogert, Rooster, Tim.
We'll invite everybody. Yeah,
We'll invite everybody. We'll
out.
have drive-in night in New Braunfels.
I call shotgun.
Mr. T will bring the beer. I'll drink the beer.
Sounds
We'll
good.
sneak people in our trunk. We'll throw people in the trunk of the car. Just
I'll
like
have to
old
get
times.
a trunk.
Yes, I got a trunk.
Oh, you got a trunk.
I got a trunk on my.
We're all
little-
riding with Chris.
Woo! We'll throw people in my trunk. Sneak in. It'll be great. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker live on this 80th anniversary of D-Day. WOAI News Time, 6:25.
Hello? Okay. We can talk to the people till the news.
Hello, people. John Decker coming up at 6:40. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. We're watching live video from Normandy, France, where it's a 1:27 p.m. The president, Joe Biden, has not yet taken the podium.
Whoa. So we're going to try to carry this thing live?
What
the launch?
I think so. Now, is Andrew hip to? Does he bring it up, or do you bring it up?
Well, if you want the people on the stream to bring it up, or hear it, I got to bring it up.
Okay.
But hang on one second here. They won't hear anything there because I got it on a muted side. Hey, Lauren.
Near the snake farm. You had me at Snake Farm, Joe Pags.
Have you ever been to the snake farm?
I have never been to the snake farm, but I did hear the urban legend that it was
a brothel.
It was a brothel. It was just a front for a brothel.
And you know what? I think it might still be operating because how could there be that many people going to the damn snake farm?
Exactly. Yes.
Because I've been there once.
Yeah.
And that was enough, Chris. Let me tell you that right now.
Every
that
time
was
I
enough.
drive by it with Beth, I go, next time we are going to the snake farm, Dan. Because we're always usually you're in a hurry to get back home.
Yeah.
And when you're going north on 35, it's on the other side. But
Exactly.
when you're going, damn, we're late. Let's just get home.
I went one time, man, and they used to have, he's not there anymore, but they used to have a gorilla that would flip you off.
Wow.
It was great, man.
At least he wasn't throwing his crap at you.
You had to really get him fired up, and then you'd do that to him, and he would flip you off, man. Yeah, it was great.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
I do. Yeah, I could be in trouble. I do like the drive-in movie night idea.
I think it's great.
It's a great idea.
I love it, man. I think she could bring her kids and put them in the trunk. We'll teach them. We're gonna give that whole experience, Come on.
And I wonder whoever the owner of the drive-in, see if it were smart,
he would say, "Hey guys, come on
down." A salesperson would say, "We want to do drive-in movie night, and if it's owned by Santikos or somebody."
I'm not sure. I think it's independent.
It probably is.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is.
Nonetheless, it should be a week worth of spots.
Yeah.
We interview him.
Invite us out, man.
Yeah.
And wow, hello. Okay, Rockport Fulton's never looked that great.
I haven't been in a long time. The Rock.
Yeah.
His stepdad was Fire Chief I.O. Martinez back in the day. And I.O. Martinez had a vacation home in so we would go to Rockport and have the place in high school and have the place to ourselves.
See, but it's never looked that good.
No.
No, seriously. All right, guys, 25 seconds. Here comes Charity McCurdy.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, commemorations are underway to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. SpaceX will fire up its Starship rocket from Boca Chica Beach, and the Dallas Mavs are looking for their second championship as the NBA Finals begin tonight. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunny and hot, a high of 102. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, we're at 75 degrees. Today marks the anniversary of the D-Day invasion in France. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Commemorations are planned to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day from the U.S. to the beaches of Normandy. That's where, by the end of the day on June 6, 1944, some 156,000 Allied soldiers had landed as part of Operation Overlord. At the time, the invasion was the largest naval, air, and land operation in history. And less than a week later, the beaches were fully secured, and more than 326,000 troops, more than 50,000 vehicles, and 100,000 tons of equipment had landed. According to the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, fewer than 1% of the almost 16.5 million Americans who served in World War II were alive as of last year. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Meantime, Russia could give its allies long-range weapons to use against the West. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
President Vladimir Putin says Russian weapons could be placed within striking distance of US and European interests if Ukraine keeps using Western arms on targets inside Russia. The Kremlin's not going into detail, though, about which third countries it would use to base its missiles. President Joe Biden has reportedly okayed Ukraine's use of American weapons against Russian territory, a change in policy which we're told has already been put into practice. The doctrine is said to be limited to defending Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, which is near the Russian border. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, Hunter Biden's trial for his federal gun case included multiple people called by the prosecution to testify. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody says it's important the prosecution uses Biden's laptop as evidence.
The prosecution has to show that he purchased this gun and lied on forms when he was addicted to drugs, and the laptop is the payload for all that evidence.
Hunter Biden's ex-wife and ex-girlfriend testified yesterday. The prosecution is expected to rest its case this afternoon. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, speaking to Fox's Hannity, former President Trump is vowing to end the weaponizing of government if he's elected into office in November, and insists the Democrats are weaponizing government against him.
We can't let this happen. And I will do everything in my power not to let. But there's tremendous criminality here. What they're doing to me, if it's going to continue, we're really not going to have much of a country left.
Trump previously said in a town hall back in December he would not be a dictator if he took office, except on day one. Well, Governor Abbott has debuted a new 10 most wanted list. Here's Barbara Schwartz reporting.
It's called the Texas 10 Most Wanted Criminal Illegal Immigrants List. Abbott says it was created in partnership with the DPS and says it's a new initiative to locate and arrest repeat offenders who have entered the country illegally and are wanted for dangerous crimes committed in Texas. In a press release, he claims Texas has seen record levels of illegal immigration, including dangerous criminals under President Biden. The Dallas Morning News reports that Austin Democratic Congressman Greg Casar called the list a stunt that boosts anti-immigration attitudes.
Well, SpaceX is planning its fourth attempted Texas launch of its Starship rocket this morning. The latest attempt follows two failures in a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. The SpaceX website says today's test flight will attempt to return the spacecraft to Earth so it can be reused. The launch is scheduled for about 7 a.m. at the company's starbase on Boca Chica Beach near Brownsville. Well, the NBA Finals have finally arrived. Here's Fox's Joe Morgan.
NBA fans will get to watch some basketball tonight for the first time since last Thursday. Game one of the finals tips off tonight at 8:30 Eastern from TD Garden in Boston as the Celtics and the Mavericks battle for a title. Boston went 12-2 in the Eastern Conference playoffs, sweeping the Pacers in the conference finals, while the Mavericks went 12-5 in their run to the finals, defeating the Timberwolves in 5 games to win the West. For Boston, it's the second finals appearance in the last 3 seasons after they lost to the Golden State Warriors in 2022. For the Mavericks, it's the organization's first time back in the finals since 2011 when Dallas beat the Heat for the title. Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Well, HEB Chairman Charles Butt is donating $20 million to 20 food banks statewide. A news release says the money's going to food banks in the Feeding Texas network, which includes the San Antonio Food Bank. HEB's Hunger Relief Program donated more than 33 million pounds of food to needy families last year. The program has donated more than 1 billion pounds of food to 5,500 nonprofits in Texas and Mexico since 1982. Well, it's not just cops any longer. TJ Maxx and Marshall employees will soon be wearing body cams in an effort to curb store thefts.
A spokesman for parent company TJX Companies telling Fox Business the stores began experimenting with the cameras at several locations this year. The company says the footage will only be shared with law enforcement upon request or in response to a subpoena. Chief Financial Officer John Klinger says that the company hopes once people know they're being filmed, they'll be dissuaded from stealing. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days at 6:48. And we are moments away from checking in with White House correspondent John Decker, who has had excellent coverage of this 80th anniversary of D-Day. In fact, as we speak, a ceremony going on right now in Normandy, France, where it is coming up on 1:40 in the afternoon. And we'll also let you know we're keeping an eye on that SpaceX launch of that Starship scheduled for 7 o'clock this morning. We'll bring that to you if indeed it happens. But right now, let's check in with White House correspondent John Decker, who's been doing magnificent coverage of D-Day. John, we played the package that you produced for D-Day, and we'll play it again a little bit later this morning as well. The 80th anniversary, and so many of the members of the greatest generation are no longer with us.
Yeah, it's a sad day in a way that we're celebrating this 80th anniversary of what I believe is one of the most important days in American history, if not world history. And many of those incredible American heroes who took part in D-Day are not with us anymore. But I had the fortunate occasion to meet with one of those D-Day heroes a month ago, George Staros. He lives in right outside of Asheville, North Carolina, just 19 years old when he took part in the D-Day invasion, stormed the beach at Utah Beach, and he remembers that day still so vividly. It was a real honor to meet someone like George, and I'm thankful that people like George are around still, and certainly we're taking part in an important day that saved the world.
And John, you know, do you get the sense from these D-Day veterans like George Staros that maybe younger generations don't quite grasp the magnitude of that day and what it really meant for the nation and the world?
I do get that. And, you know, I'm with you year in and year out. And it doesn't take an 80th anniversary for me to remember D-Day. I remember it every year. And it's an important day that I always bring up to people who forget how important June 6th is. But not everybody's familiar with that. And for that reason, I really honestly believe that D-Day, Operation Overlord, this should be a national holiday in our country so people realize how important this day is in American history, world history, in saving the world from tyranny, in making certain that democracy kept alive on the European continent.
And you mentioned, you know, making it a national holiday. I just wonder what else can we do to get the youth educated on this? I mean, if you saw Saving Private Ryan, if you mentioned to them, this is actually, you know, almost like a documentary, but is based on what happened that day. I wonder if that would resonate.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for the youth of America, for young people who may not be familiar with this. When I interviewed George, he spoke about this. He said he's really disappointed the direction of our country, the lack of unity in our country, doesn't see the camaraderie that existed for his generation. And he laments, he said, if it wasn't for our generation, he really fears what the world would look like if it wasn't for all the heroic efforts by people like George and the people that fought alongside him on June 6, 1944.
And John, based on those comments of George Soros, and he's not so sure that this country would be unified if we needed to be. As you know, as a student of history, history often repeats itself. I believe there will be a time when America is going to have to come together and fight tyranny once again in a big way. And, we've talked about this amongst ourselves, John. I just don't see America coming together in a big way anytime soon for any effort.
Yeah, there's certainly an isolationist strain that exists in this country that has grown stronger over the years. It really pains me when I see members of Congress parroting things that Putin says, of all people. I mean, what is going on when I see a member of Congress elected to Congress saying something that Vladimir Putin has said or would say? I think democracy is the greatest form of government in the world. And, I'm so thankful for people like George Soros that understood that fought for that, that volunteered in many cases to do that. There was a draft back in 1944. We have a volunteer armed services today, and I'm so thankful just for the men and women in uniform that protect our country, that fight for our country, that serve our country every day, and do so voluntarily. That's a tremendous thing that we should all be thankful for.
And John, do you think these D-Day survivors grapple with the fact that they were one of the lucky ones that managed to survive such a bloody battle and lost so many of their comrades?
Yeah, that's right. The piece that I sent, and hopefully you can put it up on your website as well, George talks about that. And I asked George, how are you so lucky? I mean, literally 3,000 to 4,000 people lost their lives on that day. And George survived. Every member of his transport ship survived, not only D-Day, but the rest of the war. They crossed across the English Channel 60 plus times. I asked him how he was so lucky, and he said, I put my trust in the Lord. I mean, that just tells you everything right there. And, he understood, even at the age of 19, this could be it. Ahead of that D-Day invasion, he realized, the danger that everybody faced. They knew what they were up against, and yet they also realized how important this moment was for our country.
Yeah, we will put that report by John Decker on D-Day with George Soros up on our website. We'll also replay it again later this morning. Excellent reporting, as always, White House correspondent John Decker. More coming up, your remembrances on National Drive-In Day. You can school Charity McCurdy, and we're keeping an eye on that launch at Boca Chica Beach, that Starship of SpaceX, scheduled to launch about 7 o'clock. We'll bring you that as well. WOAI News Time, 646.
Well, President Biden is in Normandy, France for today's 80th D-Day anniversary. SpaceX is planning its fourth attempted launch of a Starship rocket in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll bring it to you live. An SAPD officer has been fired for his actions during a local gun buyback event. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 75 in Westover Hills, 75 in Kirby, and 74 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Thanks to Charlie Parker. For those were the days, I'm Chris Duell. We are keeping an eye on Boca Chica Beach, where the countdown will resume, reportedly, for the launch of that fourth Starship gigantic rocket. Elon Musk is now tweeting out that the launch will be at 7:20 a.m. That's in about 25 minutes. The San Antonio Express News now saying it could be 7:50 before the launch. So we're keeping an eye on the latest from there. We will effort to bring that launch to you live. And we're also having a little fun today on National Drive-In Movie Day. Charity McCurdy, we're asking the people, and you're learning from this because you've never been to a drive-in movie yet. There's one in New Braunfels. How would the people tell us about their drive-in movie memories?
The absolutely free iHeartRadio app. You can download it, and you just search the radio station 1200 WOAI. Hit that red talkback button. 30 seconds to tell us about your drive-in movie theater experiences.
Yeah, it's that simple. And let's go to our favorite school teacher out in Lytle.
Hey, Mr. T, Chris, and Charity. This is Stephen from Lytle. It is so great to have the whole crew back together. My experience for driving movies, there was one not too far from where my grandmother lived in San Angelo in West Texas. And we went and had the old speaker by the car, the tray that goes on the window. I saw Ghostbusters. I saw Honey, I Shrunk the Kids with Rick Moranis. Lots of good memories with my family and my grandmother. Y'all have a great day.
See, fun stuff.
You can have fun. It can be fun for the whole family at the drive-in.
It's not just a makeout session,
Yeah,
Charity.
although it serves
That
me
was
well.
your motivation back in the day.
Well, yeah.
If you're a 17-year-old kid on a date, it's
Now, see, if they would have shown Star Wars at a drive-in, I might have seen it.
Yes.
Or been there.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, here's another one.
RK here. Well, I grew up in Virginia Beach, and I had a 1957 Dodge.
Nice.
That thing had a trunk in it as big as a small bedroom. 6 people could get in there comfortably. I always wondered why they didn't check the trunks, and then I guess, well, they would have probably lost half their customers for the night. Bye, y'all.
That's a great point. As Charity knows, theaters make money off concessions.
Yes.
So even though a lot of people were sneaking people in the trunks of their cars, once you get in there, if you're spending money at the concession stand, they're making money.
It's a win, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, they used to do things like they would charge you by the carload. So you would see some cars. I had a friend, Daryl, had a Chrysler New Yorker. You could fit 8 people in his back seat, no lie, and comfortably.
Yeah.
Comfortably, and his trunk was so big you could stand up in it. And we'd put, we'd sometimes 15 people would go into the movie.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was great. Good
Beautiful.
times. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, WOAI. So drive-in theaters is now on the list of things that younger generation don't understand if you talk about them because they've been phased out. I remember seeing Billy Jack on the drive-in theater as a kid. Y'all have a good day.
Oh, I wonder if he was at the same one I was at.
You saw Billy
Yes,
Jack
I did.
at the drive-in theater.
Yes, I did.
Something about violence at the drive. I remember specifically Magnum Force with Clint Eastwood.
Great movie.
Very violent movie.
And here's another
And
thing,
I loved
Charity.
every moment of it.
Almost every drive-in movie when you went was a double feature.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and remember in between the features,
Yes,
the
you would have the
animated
dancing
hot dog,
popcorn and
dancing,
stuff.
and the hot dog bun would open
Yes,
up,
it
and
was great.
the hot dog would go inside the bun and look just a little bit metaphorical and weird.
Kind of set the mood.
Yes.
Yeah, it was good. It was
Wow.
good. All right, we got time for one more.
Good morning. This is Jose. I'm from Laredo, Texas. We used to have a drive-in movie theater down there called the Bordertown Drive-In Movie Theater. My earliest memories was back in 1972. I was 5 years old. It was a double feature. It was Ghidra, the three-headed monster, and War of the Gargantuans. I loved it. I miss those times. All right. Thank you so much. You have a great morning.
That's tremendous. Yeah, monster movies. Like
Yes.
a good
Godzilla.
Godzilla movie
Oh, yes.
at the drive-in was spectacular.
Yes.
And we are considering going to New Braunfels and going to the drive-in, making a WOAI night if we can talk charity and the family into it.
Yes.
I'm keeping an open mind.
I like it. I like an open
It would
mind.
be fun. It
Yes.
would be fun, Charity.
All right. Just make sure the AC is pumping.
Sure.
Yeah,
All
we'll
right.
bring an ice chest in the trunk with some ice cold adult beverages.
Yeah, some
All right,
beverages.
it is the top of the hour. Charity is, among other things, keeping an eye on Boca Chica Beach. That launch could happen at 7:20. We'll bring you more coming right up. Here is Charity with all the news you need to know. WOAI news time is 7 o'clock.
At 7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Testimony from Hunter Biden's exes in his federal gun trial, and SpaceX is set to test launch its Starship rocket. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunny and hot, a high near 102. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 75 degrees. Well, events are underway in northern France to mark the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
Hundreds were already on Utah Beach as the sun rose this morning, many in Second World War era uniforms, some descendants of those who came ashore here in 1944. They were there to see U.S. Navy SEALs reenact the landing of the 2nd Naval Beach Battalion, some parachuted trailing flags and red smoke. Commemorations are taking place right across the Normandy coast. Veterans aged over 100 flew in from the U.S. to take part. They're joined today by President Biden and other world leaders. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, the prosecution could soon rest in Hunter Biden's Delaware trial on federal gun charges. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
A former girlfriend of Hunter Biden testifying about his near constant cocaine use. His ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, testifying she found drugs in his car repeatedly. The man who sold Hunter Biden the handgun in question in 2018 telling the court he watched him check no to a question on whether he used illegal drugs on the federal firearm form. Prosecutors who are trying to prove he knowingly lied say they have 6 witnesses left. Defense attorney Abby Lowell has argued evidence does not directly prove his client was using drugs at the time of the purchase, noting the first defense witness could be called Friday. The president's son has pled not guilty to charges of illegally buying and owning a weapon while abusing drugs. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, in an interview with Fox's Hannity, former President Trump insists he's the best choice to lead the U.S. against the growing number of threats the country faces, and insists President Biden was never good at what he did.
He was never the brightest bulb. And everybody understands that. Everybody knows that. You look at his foreign policy over the years, it was always wrong. You look at all of the things, you look at his crime bill in the 1990s, how horrible that was to certain groups of people.
The Wall Street Journal recently published a report that said the president has been showing signs of slipping behind closed doors. White House officials have dismissed the report. The 2024 convention of the Texas Democratic Party starts today in El Paso. Democrats will elect party leaders and decide on their agenda for next year's legislative session. In addition, they'll select 273 delegates and 20 alternates to the 2024 Democratic National Convention set for August in Chicago. And Senate Democrats think they have a wedge issue in the November election.
Democrats have a plan to use abortion as a way to get out the vote in close races. But could that work in pro-life Texas, where a lack of exemptions for rape or incest is unpopular? Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says it failed for Beto O'Rourke when he ran for governor.
The issue was not a winner for Texas Democrats in 2022 in spite of the Dobbs decision.
He says the average Texan doesn't like what Democrats are offering. Their plan allows for abortions through 6 months of a pregnancy. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, SpaceX is planning its fourth attempted Texas launch of a Starship rocket in a few minutes. The latest attempt follows 2 failures and a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. Today's test flight will attempt to return the spacecraft to Earth so it can be reused. The launch is now scheduled for 7:50 this morning. That's according to SpaceX's X page at the company's starbase on Boca Chica Beach near Brownsville. We will bring it to you live when it happens. Well, a San Antonio police officer is now out of a job for stealing from a gun buyback event last year.
Last November, SAPD held a gun buyback event at an Alamo Dome parking lot where over 900 guns along with ammunition were exchanged for HEB gift cards. Officer David Mahula reportedly took 2 shotguns and 9 boxes of ammo from the event and put them in his personal car. Those shotguns have never been recovered. According to the San Antonio Express News, an internal affairs investigation led to Mahula being fired on May 9th for improper conduct and behavior and being dishonest with investigators. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And TxDOT is announcing another weekend of traffic headaches on the northwest side with plans to close I-10 eastbound and westbound at the Loop 1604 interchange. The feeders of Loop 1604 in both directions will also be closed at the interchange. The closures are scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Friday and continue until 5 a.m. Monday. Police will be on the scene to direct traffic. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's First News, SpaceX now has tweeted that they are targeting 7:50 a.m. for the launch of the Starship's fourth test flight. They're saying weather conditions are 95% favorable. The webcast will go live from SpaceX 30 minutes ahead of liftoff, so we will keep an eye on that. If indeed it is a 7:50 liftoff, that would mean we're right about 40 minutes away from that. Coming up, White House correspondent John Decker with a look at D-Day that is very, very special to be a part of a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, and all 3 days highs right around 100 degrees. 74 in Alamo Heights, 74 at Lackland Air Force Base, and 73 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
San Antonio's First News coming up at 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. And one of those stories is the scheduled launch of that SpaceX Starship, the fourth test flight, and they are targeting 7:50 a.m. for a launch at this moment. We're keeping an eye on it. But we, at this time every morning, every weekday morning, it's a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio. And this one is very special. We spoke with him live in the previous half hour. He is White House correspondent John Decker, and here is his report on the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
For most Americans, archival footage of D-Day, June 6, 1944, is our only connection to one of the most important battles of World War II. 80 years after that day that saved the world, 99-year-old George Saros still vividly remembers how he felt as he landed on Utah Beach aboard his transport ship LST-515.
I know we were worried whether we were going to make it or not, whether we were going to keep the beach there or not.
Saros, a native of Chicago, was just 19 years old. His mission as a motor machinist when his ship hit the beach at 1 p.m., deliver ammo, troops, tanks, ambulances, and jeeps in exchange for wounded paratroopers to be brought back to England for medical attention.
When we hit the beach, we opened the bow doors and lowered the ramps, and the ambulance was coming. And we were taking all the guys who were wounded, putting them on the tank deck. I don't know how many we picked up. We loaded the whole hand tank. That's what all the LSTs were doing.
The D-Day invasion was the largest naval, air, and land operation in history. Success didn't come easy. Some 4,000 Allied troops were killed by German soldiers defending the beaches.
I really liked the guys. We were all together. We worked lived out for each other.
For George Saros, D-Day was a noble cause. Here at the World War II Memorial in Washington, the words of President Roosevelt delivered to the nation on D-Day are engraved in memoriam. They fight not for the love of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate.
When you stop and think of those that sacrificed their lives, when those guys hit the beach and lost 4,000 or 5,000 of us on the beach, we should honor them, make it a regular celebration. Because if it hadn't been for the generation that I grew up, I don't know what our nation would have been if we'd have lost the war.
Why were you so lucky, George?
I don't know. I think the Lord was there. I have a great trust for the Lord. And I often think about that. You know, why us?
If there's one lament of this true American hero, it is more about this country's future rather than our past.
I tell you, I'm really disappointed in our country now. I think we're going the wrong way. I don't see the camaraderie that we have when we were in war.
That camaraderie is what helped America defeat tyranny, For George Saros, who will soon turn 100, D-Day is a reminder of what our country can achieve when it comes together and is unified in purpose. In Flat Rock, North Carolina, I'm John Decker.
God bless the heroes of D-Day, and God bless America's greatest generation. And Charity and Mr. T, it just strikes me near the end of that report with John Decker, the hero, George Saros, 99 years old, says, he's concerned about the direction of this country. We don't have the camaraderie that we used to, and that concerns me as well.
Yeah, and when you consider what's going on in the world today, I mean, you have Russia's Vladimir Putin saying he's considering deploying missiles within striking distance of the United States if they let Ukraine use Western weapons to strike Russian territory. So the call could come sooner than we know, and you just wonder, are we ready?
Yeah, I wonder, are we ready? I wonder how long it would take us to prepare for something like this. Because you look at the magnitude of what happened that day with D-Day, just all the logistics alone. I don't know if we have that much, if we have that many people, if they have that many soldiers, that many ready soldiers. I just don't know.
And history tends to repeat itself. America will be tested once again. Will we be ready for that test when it comes? Coming right up, we will go to Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. And we're keeping an eye on Boca Chica Beach. That SpaceX Starship launch could happen at 7:50 this morning. WOAI News Time, 7:15. If our voices are going out,
okay, we're good.
That's their responsibility.
I know, but two people in there, neither one of them can tell us, hey, you know,
it would be nice, since that's what we worked out as a signal.
Yeah, well,
very nice. I was looking for audio from SpaceX.
Gotcha.
All right.
Hello, Eric.
Eric, what is up? Tim, check the local weather in the Philippines. It's 88 degrees, and the feel temperature is 100 degrees at 8:11 p.m.
And that's at night.
No, and it's the Philippines.
I know.
That ain't
but
a
still.
dry heat.
No, it's not.
No.
It's like Vietnam.
Yeah. Sleepy, welcome in. I see Sleepy, Eric, Tim, Tommy Miller. Tim, I think I already said Tim.
You did say Tim.
I did say Tim. We got a lot of Tims
I know,
involved in the
Tim's
show.
everywhere.
If we don't see your name, welcome anyway. If
Yes.
you talk to us in
Hello,
the chat,
no-namers.
we say your name and we say welcome. But you are welcome. You don't have to chat, but if you want to, we enjoy it.
Oh, they have a helium leak on the Starliner?
Uh-oh.
That ain't cool.
Nope. Way to go, Boeing.
I wouldn't get on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Connie Chambers, good morning.
Hello,
Welcome in,
Connie. How are you? Yeah, I wouldn't get on a Boeing rocket, much less an airplane. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, when we flew to Las Vegas, it was Boeing 737
Max.
800 Max.
Oh,
I'm
my
like, oh my
God.
God. Yeah.
Wow. And you still got on it.
We got it. Yeah. It was like, it's Vegas. Roll the dice.
That's true.
Oh, she's back. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot to tell you. She's back.
She's back.
She popped back up Tuesday.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Sheriff Keith, everybody.
Good friend of Randy Beamer's.
Is she?
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. He did their
Yeah.
wedding.
Yeah.
That's right.
And he got the baby a little onesie. Breaking news. I got poop in my diaper.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
I love it.
Yeah. You see if SpaceX has updated on Twitter.
Stand by. Here we go.
Okay.
Something. Got anything here?
I'll mention SpaceX.
Yeah. That'll work.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast as we are keeping an eye on Boca Chica Beach. At last report, SpaceX poised to launch this fourth Starship rocket at 7:50 a.m. this morning. That time is approaching quickly. We will bring that to you if indeed it does happen. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day with commemorations underway in Normandy, France. SpaceX plans a fourth test flight of its Starship rocket this morning from Boca Chica Beach in about 30 minutes. And it's day 4 of Hunter Biden's gun trial, with the prosecution expected to rest its case this afternoon. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days. Hot, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 74 at Lackland Air Force Base, 74 in Universal City, and 73 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:20.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell, keeping an eye on Boca Chica Beach and what might be the launch of that fourth Starship rocket by SpaceX. Could happen at 7:50 this morning. But right now, let's go to Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Mike, as you can imagine, we're talking a lot about the 80th anniversary of D-Day today. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, if America is tested as it was 80 years ago, and the greatest generation answered the call and defended liberty against tyranny, do you think America would answer that call today? Do you think we could come together in a common cause for good?
Well, I'm afraid we'd push ignore on our phones, send it right to voicemail. But I do believe that, thank God, technology is as it is, that we wouldn't need as many. We wouldn't need 400,000 volunteers to sign up and storm the beaches in Normandy and climb the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc. So I think we have enough heroes among the 330 million of us, but we don't have the same volume we did back then.
And Mike, actor Tom Hanks and director Steven Spielberg are among those in Normandy, France right now. And for those who want an accurate portrayal of the events of that day 80 years ago, I mean, Saving Private Ryan is a must-see film.
Yeah, I give you a Saving Private Ryan. There are so many great films that covered what happened in World War II. And I also go back to some of the old films that show the aftermath. The Best Years of Our Lives shows after. And I think that's really critical to understand.
Big time. It is very critical. So do you think, we were playing a produced piece about the 80th anniversary, and the man they were talking to, 99-year-old hero, Mr. Saros, said that he's scared of the way the country is going right now, and it bothers him. And hearing that from the greatest generation kind of bothers me.
Well, it can't not bother you. These are the people who put everything on the line 80 years ago to make it so we could have the life we have today. And they see it being frittered away, not just by the youth, but by the people elected to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
80 years after D-Day, Mike, today, a war in the Middle East, a war in Gaza. President Biden, who is in Normandy as we speak right now, he's got that ceasefire proposal. Apparently, Israel is good with it, but not Hamas. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, Chris, we're not even sure if Israel's completely good with it. We know Hamas is basically playing this administration because they can. So I don't think this thing is going to get carried out. Israel really wants all the hostages back, but I'm betting that they're likely all dead or the majority of them are dead. And so that's just going to prolong it. It's a shame that we can't get this done. I do hope, though, in my heart, that when President Biden speaks, that he keeps it on topic and doesn't take the temptation to politicize it. I don't think he will. I think they've at least drilled him on this enough to do that. So let's hope for America to stand tall today in that arena. And let's hope for peace in the Middle East. I think Israel's right to do what they've done. That's my opinion, but a lot of people disagree with me.
And Mike, on a lighter note, I just have to ask, how's everything with the vehicle? I know you had a flat tire yesterday and you were kind of stuck on the side of the road. I presumably everything worked out?
Well, yeah, I got here, but I will just tell you, the folks who run auto repair joints have a problem keeping their staff in these times.
Wow.
And they're paying them pretty good. The guy who finally fixed my car, he's got 2 people working for him. One is a young kid who makes almost $100,000 a year fixing cars.
Whoa.
So if you're thinking about going to college and going $300,000 into debt, just think about getting your hands dirty. $100,000, doesn't have to wear a tie, doesn't have a dry cleaning bill for work.
He's got nice dirty hands. I love
weekends
it. I love it. All right, Mike, we're talking today about drive-in movies. Today's National Drive-In Movie Day. And believe it or not, Charity McCarty's never been to a drive-in. Try to sell her on going to a drive-in movie.
Well, trying to sell a female on the benefits of a drive-in movie.
I spent my my youth trying to do that.
Yeah, I know. So did I. But I will tell you, some of the greatest drive-in movie experiences I had were in San Antonio, and we would take a pick-em-up truck.
Oh, yeah.
And put a pony keg in the back and 3 or 4 lawn chairs. And you got yourself the greatest man cave experience ever.
Amen.
A lot of virtues to the drive-in movie experience. Our thanks to Mike Opelka. You can always get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. We recommend the iHeart Radio app. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up at 7:40, national correspondent Rory O'Neill, the latest on the Hunter Biden trial. When will it get to the jury? And at 7:50, we might have that Starship launch at Boca Chica Beach from SpaceX. We're keeping an eye on that for you. If it does happen, we'll bring it to you live. WOAI News Time, 7:26.
Man. All right. What are we looking at Boca Chica, people?
Boca Chica.
Still saying 7:10, but I think that's wrong.
No, well, that's their coverage will begin 30 minutes before launch.
Okay, here we go.
12 minutes ago.
23 minutes and 31 seconds, according to this.
There you go. Yeah, let me see if this live image. Do we have a number? Yeah, 23:27.
26, 25, 24, 23, 22. So
maybe you want to let him know to get him on this either via Twitter or SpaceX.com so you can see the countdown clock. Just because we got to let Charity know that. We're 23 minutes.
Hey, are you the launch?
The countdown clock. Does he see the countdown clock? It will be 7:50 at this point if they don't.
It
hold.
looks.
Let me text Charity.
Okay. And I've got it ready to go. So.
Beautiful. Let's see if we can get this. Based on our clock, we may want to go short with Rory.
That's what I was just going to say. One question each.
Okay.
One question each and move on. And then I would like to get to it to where we're waiting for it to go off instead of, scrambling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because she can't do anything short, so.
Okay.
You said on the broadcast that everything is good together.
Okay. So we're going to have to figure out, because normally we don't get in at 50. We're going to go short with Rory, but normally we get in at about 52. So we're going to have to figure out a way to get back in. Yeah. But I'm going to tell Charity now, roll one question only with Rory and we'll get out. Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
No, I can run it, but I'm not hearing anything. Where are you hearing?
Are you on
I'm on SpaceX.
yeah. No, I go on Twitter. Because the Twitter one is going to be more.
Yeah, Twitter's got it.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
SpaceX on Twitter. Yeah. Let's go 3 and out. On to get. Too bad Rory can't pivot to, and I'm sure he could, but he doesn't know. Can't pivot to the launch.
Shit. Oh. Not letting me in. What the hell? Come on. I hate this shit.
I get in quicker when I put twitter.com instead of x.com. It still works. I mean, for some reason, it gets me in quicker.
SAFN. It's telling me it's not right. Fuck me.
Here, let me. How much time do I have?
Oh, we got a minute.
Because it gets me right in.
Oh, we got news at the bottom anyway.
Okay, this.
All right, go for it.
It gets me right in with mine.
Okay.
So you'll be on mine, but it'll.
I don't. It
sign
doesn't
in.
matter.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go to Chris Duell. I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Log in, and we should be.
Okay, good.
So now you're in on my account.
All right.
Don't text in. weird
Search.
shit.
No, I won't.
Hey, you bastards.
SpaceX.
Yeah. So top of their page once you get there.
There it is, right?
No. Click on their site.
All right, hang on.
Click on their name.
Right there.
Yeah. So it should be the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this. Get on
So
there.
I gotta click it. Gotta open it up.
Yeah.
You got it.
Check your volume.
Volume's not up. That's why.
Is the site muted? Sometimes that happens.
Oh, hang on.
Site muted.
No, it's not.
Let me see if I got it.
See, there's.
Yeah, I've got it.
Well, then how come I'm not? Oh, I know why.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day. SpaceX will fire up its Starship rocket from Boca Chica Beach, and the Dallas Mavs are looking for their second championship as the NBA Finals begin tonight. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunny and hot, a high near 102. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 73 degrees. Well, 73,000 Americans landed on the beaches in Normandy, France during D-Day, which began the final military campaign of World War II in Europe. President Biden is there to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the storming of the beaches.
The war in Europe didn't end for another 11 months. But here, the tide turned in our favor. Here, we prove the forces of liberty are stronger than the forces of conquest.
While overseas, President Biden is meeting with world leaders, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and French President Emmanuel Macron. Actor Tom Hanks and director Steven Spielberg are also there. They were a part of the film Saving Private Ryan. Hunter Biden's trial for his federal gun case included multiple people called by the prosecution to testify. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody says it's important the prosecution uses Biden's laptop as evidence.
The prosecution has to show that he purchased this gun and lied on forms when he was addicted to drugs, and the laptop is the payload for all that evidence.
Hunter Biden's ex-wife and ex-girlfriend testified yesterday. The prosecution is expected to rest its case this afternoon. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, speaking to Fox's Hannity, former President Trump vowed to stop the trafficking of illegal drugs into the U.S. and suggests one method of stopping it is by giving the death penalty to drug dealers.
A drug dealer, on average, will kill during that person's life 500 people, unless you have a death penalty, unless there's something that right now they don't even get charged with anything. If you don't institute the death penalty for drug dealers, you'll never solve that problem.
Trump also claimed his administration saw the least amount of people coming into the country than ever during his last week in office. Well, the Supreme Court could rule on some hot-button issues today.
A January 6th defendant challenging convictions for corruptly obstructing official proceedings could learn their fate as calls for Justice Samuel Alito to recuse himself intensify. Democrats have raised questions about Alito after two flags used by Trump supporters on January 6 were seen flying outside Alito's homes. Alito has chosen not to recuse himself. The court could also rule on whether former President Trump has presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for his alleged actions to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, SpaceX is planning its fourth attempted Texas launch of a Starship rocket in a few minutes. The latest attempt follows two failures in a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. Today's test flight will attempt to return the spacecraft to Earth so it can be reused. The launch is now scheduled for 7:50, according to an X post by SpaceX at the company starbase on Boca Chica Beach near Brownsville. We will bring it to you live when it happens. And the NBA Finals have finally arrived.
NBA fans will get to watch some basketball tonight for the first time since last Thursday. Game one of the finals tips off tonight at 8:30 Eastern from TD Garden in Boston as the Celtics and the Mavericks battle for a title. Boston went 12-2 in the Eastern Conference playoffs, sweeping the Pacers in the conference finals, while the Mavericks went 12-5 in their run to the finals, defeating the Timberwolves in 5 games to win the West. For Boston, it's the second finals appearance in the last 3 seasons after they lost to the Golden State Warriors in 2022. For the Mavericks, it's the organization's first time back in the finals since 2011 when Dallas beat the Heat for the title. Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Officials are reporting the death of a black bear that was hit by a pickup truck over the weekend. Real County Sheriff Nathan Johnson says the accident happened Saturday night on Highway 83 south of Texas Highway 41 in the far northeast part of the county. The truck driver suffered minor injuries. Texas game wardens collected the bear, which was found about 30 yards from the crash site. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Department says black bears are making a comeback in Texas, even though they are a threatened species. Well, it's not just cops any longer. TJ Maxx and Marshall's employees will soon be wearing body cams in an effort to curb store thefts.
A spokesman for parent company TJX Companies telling Fox Business the stores began experimenting with the cameras at several locations this year. The company says the footage will only be shared with law enforcement upon request or in response to a subpoena. Chief Financial Officer John Klinger says that the company hopes once people know they're being filmed, they'll be dissuaded from stealing. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, things said, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. We are watching live video from Boca Chica Beach, where the SpaceX fourth Starship test flight could launch in about 10 minutes. The countdown clock approaching 10 minutes. And our go-to guy on everything space exploration is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Rory, what are the objectives that SpaceX would like to achieve with this test flight this morning?
Well, they want to put the super heavy booster through its paces and then try to stick a landing. Now, granted, this is going to be a water landing, so they won't try to retrieve it, but they want to try to experiment with landing the booster vertically and then doing the same with the Starship itself. This comes in two separate pieces, essentially. They wanted to go through the launch process, have the point where Starship launches off on its own. We get to see the booster hopefully land vertically in the Gulf, and then the Starship, after re-entry, will come down and also splash down, hopefully also in that vertical position. They're trying to get closer and closer to reusability of this massive rocket.
So if the Starship manages to make it all the way to re-entry, what kind of valuable data will be collected?
Well, everything along the way, everything from the Starlink data that we saw in the test launch number 3. We saw remarkable live imagery being fed back thanks to that Starlink internet service. So hopefully we'll get better images there. They also want more information about the performance of the heat shielding that's there on this upper stage of Starship to see how it performs when re-entering the atmosphere, and the navigational abilities as those fins that are on the booster help to direct and steer the booster for that vertical splashdown.
After this successful test, when will the next one be?
Good question. Yeah, SpaceX is very cagey. Essentially, we find out with like 72 hours notice that, we're going to try again on Tuesday. So we don't get a whole lot of notice, but this is all a process. And it's they lose a lot of vehicles in this process. No one is on board. Let's make that clear. There is no crews on these rocket launches.
He is our go-to guy on all things space exploration, national correspondent Rory O'Neill. We are looking at the countdown clock. It is approaching the 7:50 mark of the countdown. If indeed it takes place at 7:50 a.m., we will bring that launch to you live. WOAI News Time, 7:42.
Go for it.
We are keeping an eye on the launch. By the way, if you want to see it yourself, go to Twitter or X and go to the SpaceX site at SpaceX. It is at the top of their page. And as I pull it up now, we are approaching the 6:35 mark of the countdown, 6 minutes, 35 seconds until launch. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. And we're going to air it live on the radio if indeed it happens at 7:50 a.m. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, we are monitoring this fourth Starship test flight, which could lift off in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. There's a chance of a hold at 40 seconds. We'll walk you through that coming up. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Well, today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day, with commemorations taking place in Normandy, France. And SpaceX is planning that fourth test flight of its Starship rocket, which is about 3 minutes away. And it's day 4 of Hunter Biden's gun trial. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny today, sunny tomorrow, sunny on Saturday, all 3 days. Highs right around 100 degrees. 73 in Kerrville, 74 in Alamo Ranch, and 73 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:48.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker on board as well. He'll join us as well coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We are under 2 minutes now, approaching the 150 mark in the countdown. And Charity, as I mentioned, there is a chance for a hold at 40 seconds, but SpaceX said about 2 minutes ago that they don't expect there to be a hold right now at the 40-second mark, and we're now approaching 1 minute, 40 seconds to launch.
Yeah, and remember, the ultimate goal here is to shuttle astronauts to the moon in 2026. So this is the fourth test of the Starship. Hopefully it's a success, because its estimated cost is between $5 and $10 billion.
Well, Elon Musk can afford that.
Yeah.
Come on. He's got the money.
I think he's really counting on getting it right this time.
Well, let's hope they get it right
Yeah.
this time.
And as Rory O'Neill just told us, they're going to try to land the booster, this super heavy booster of the Starship, vertically into the Gulf of Mexico. The spacecraft itself atop the booster is targeting a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Now, Mr. T, we're now approaching the 50-second mark in the countdown, so we'll go to live audio.
TVC, the thrust vector control, how we're going to steer. And then we see liftoff. So we're under a minute away.
Looking at about 45 seconds, Chris.
Okay.
Great day to be at the beach.
45 seconds
Yeah.
and counting.
Now, this is big if they go under 40 seconds.
All right,
Yes.
now as we close in, we are past the 40-second mark.
There it is.
So we made it. All
They're
right.
cheering.
Let's listen in. Flight Director Ty Huntington is going to take us through one more time for a Starship liftoff.
Wow.
T-minus 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We have this done.
The vehicle has cleared the tower.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Very dramatic video that we're looking at right now. If you're in your car and can't see video, you'll get an opportunity later today.
All right, 30 seconds into flight. The rumbles are still building here in the Raptor's nest. We're seeing 32 out of 33 engines lit on the Super Heavy right now. Coming up shortly is going to be max Q, that maximum aerodynamic pressure as we go uphill on the vehicle.
Max Q.
All right, we just passed through Max Q, so we're going to continue on up. We still have about a minute and 30 seconds until we get to stage separation. Starship now flying faster than the speed of sound.
And after this separation, they're going to try to land the booster vertically in the Gulf of
You got
Mexico.
some ground trackers in your top camera there. You're looking down from the top of the booster in the bottom left, and then a camera in the top flap of the ship looking back in the bottom right. So getting a couple of different looks as Starship heads uphill. Once we get the hot staging, a lot of things happen all at once simultaneously. We're going to light the engines on the ship, starting with the RVACs first, and then the 3 center sea level engines before we're separated. All of that exhaust gets plumed out the side of the hot stage, and then the ship will separate itself. All but the 3 center engines on the booster are going to shut down. So the booster never stops its thrust while we go through this hot stage maneuver. After that, the booster is going to do its flip, start heading back, and then the ship will be on its own power on its way to space. So that should be coming up in just about 30 seconds from now. As of right now, still looking in like 32 out of 33 Raptors lit on the booster. And we'll start to see those stagger down. They're going to turn off in banks. So you'll see the lights on the bottom left screen of the engines that are active start to turn off in different groups. And you'll see those 3 center ones lit.
Booster engine cut off. Ship ignition.
There it goes.
Booster has separated from the Starship.
Boost back burn, start up. Acquisition of signal, Houston.
Hot stage confirmed. Ship under its own power. Booster boosting back. Looks like all 13 are lit. Kate, we got a booster on the way back to the Gulf and a ship on the way to space.
So far, so good.
Acquisition signal, Stennis.
Ship chamber pressures are nominal.
Ship power and telemetry nominal.
All right, the first stage currently performing the boost back burn. This is expected to last a little over 1 minute. This propels the booster back toward the coast, taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. As you can see on your screen in the bottom left-hand corner, we were only using the 13 center engines from here on.
Boost back burn shut down.
Heard confirmation there of good boost back burn shutdown.
H2 tank pressures are nominal.
Lots of excitement. So right here, this is our view of the jettisoned hot stage. As we mentioned, this is a temporary fix to help reduce the weight of the booster, the Super Heavy booster. Future iterations will have a lighter weight integrated hot stage structure that won't need to be jettisoned. Now, after we jettison that hot stage, the booster will begin to attempt its water landing in the Gulf. In the meantime, the ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, it will attempt a controlled reentry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn just before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. But as a reminder, we are not attempting.
Trajectory nominal.
Good news there. Trajectory is looking good for the ship, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. At this point in time, as you can see, we have no engines lit on the booster. It is coasting back toward the Gulf of Mexico for a water landing and ship under power of all 6 Raptor engines. There's 3 sea level and 3 vacuum Raptor engines that are lit, as we can see on your screen.
We are roughly 6 minutes in to this flight, this 4th Starship test flight. And so far, 6 minutes in, everything's working.
Incredible. Super Heavy has been performing beautifully today.
And you can hear the crowd is very excited about it. As a reminder for Booster, the primary goal today is to do a landing burn and a splashdown in the water. And we are just about 30 seconds away from that landing burn expecting to begin. And an incredible view from the forward portion of the booster. This is basically on top of the super heavy booster where we have jettisoned that hot stage. So now we can see this incredible view of Earth. as it's
That
making its way
booster
back down.
headed for what they hope will be a vertical landing in the Gulf of Mexico. The spacecraft itself, now in space, is targeting a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We will keep an eye on this fourth Starship test flight. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know here at the top of the hour. Charlie Parker will join us at 8:20 as well. WOAI News Time 7:57.
Jacob, where's that at tonight?
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, SpaceX launches its Starship rocket. Today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day and the latest on Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunny and hot, a high near 102. Tonight's low near 75. Get a move on. It is 73 degrees. And we are following breaking news as SpaceX successfully launched its fourth test flight of its Starship rocket from Boca Chica Beach, Texas. The Starship will fly a similar trajectory as the previous flight test, with a targeted splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean. The latest attempt follows two failures and a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. SpaceX's massive Starship is meant to shuttle astronauts to the moon in 2026. Well, 80 years later, the world is commemorating the anniversary of the Allied forces' D-Day invasion of Nazi-occupied France. President Biden spoke at a ceremony in Normandy, France.
From the sea and sky, nearly 160,000 Allied troops descended on Normandy. Many, to state the obvious, never came home.
While overseas, President Biden is meeting with world leaders, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and French President Emmanuel Macron. While the prosecution could soon rest in Hunter Biden's Delaware trial on federal gun charges. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
A former girlfriend of Hunter Biden testifying about his near constant cocaine use. His ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, testifying she found drugs in his car repeatedly. The man who sold Hunter Biden the handgun in question in 2018 telling the court he watched him check no to a question on whether he used illegal drugs on the federal firearm form. Prosecutors who are trying to prove he knowingly lied say they have 6 witnesses left. Defense attorney Abby Lowell has argued evidence does not directly prove his client was using drugs at the time of the purchase, noting the first defense witness could be called Friday. The president's son has pled not guilty to charges of illegally buying and owning a weapon while abusing drugs. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, in an interview with Fox's Hannity, former President Trump insists he's the best choice to lead the country against the growing number of threats, and insists President Biden was never good at what he did.
He was never the brightest bulb. And everybody understands that. Everybody knows that. You look at his foreign policy over the years, it was always wrong. You look at all of the things, you look at his crime bill in the 1990s, how horrible that was to certain groups of people.
The Wall Street Journal recently published a report that said President Biden has been showing signs of slipping behind closed doors. White House officials dismissed the report. Meantime, the Georgia election interference case against Trump is for now on hold.
A state appeals court has decided to halt the case as it reviews a lower court decision to allow Fulton County DA Fani Willis to continue as prosecutor. The order essentially ties the hands of Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee. The next step was to be pretrial motions in that case, which alleges former President Trump with 18 others tried to overturn the Georgia presidential election result in 2020. Those indictments came last August. If there are oral arguments, they will be heard October 4th, with a decision due by next March, which could also be appealed to the Georgia Supreme Court. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The 2024 convention of the Texas Democratic Party starts today in El Paso. Democrats will elect party leaders and decide on their agenda for next year's legislative session. In addition, they'll select 273 delegates and 20 alternates to the 2024 Democratic National Convention. It's set for August in Chicago. Well, a San Antonio police officer is out of a job for stealing from a gun buyback event last year.
Last November, SAPD held a gun buyback event at an Alamo Dome parking lot where over 900 guns along with ammunition were exchanged for HEB gift cards. Officer David Mahula reportedly took 2 shotguns and 9 boxes of ammo from the event and put them in his personal car. Those shotguns have never been recovered. According to the San Antonio Express News, an internal affairs investigation led to Mahula being fired on May 9th for improper conduct and behavior and being dishonest with investigators. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, TxDOT is announcing another weekend of traffic headaches on the northwest side with plans to close I-10 eastbound and westbound at the Loop 1604 interchange. The feeders of Loop 1604 in both directions will also be closed. The closures are scheduled to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow night and continue until 5 a.m. Monday. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Okay, I might stop by there, Jacob.
What is Jacob suggesting?
They're having its Thirsty Thursdays in Floresville.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
Lavernia, which is right down the street from me.
Very nice.
Thirsty Thursday, and it's right off of 775 headed into Lavernia at Grandview. Okay.
San Antonio's first news. She is Charity McCurdy. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker will join us at 8:20. Lots on Charlie's mind. Always love having Charlie Parker on board. Coming up, national correspondent Aaron Real, a Texas stock market that could rival the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ. We'll talk about it coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days hot. Highs 100, and it is 74 at Alamo Heights, 75 in Kirby, and 74 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. We're continuing to monitor that SpaceX launch that we brought to you live minutes ago, the fourth Starship test flight. We'll bring you more on that coming up. Charlie Parker in studio. He'll join us at 8:20. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, you are tracking a story about a Texas stock market. Now, we're in Texas, of course, and we believe everything's bigger in Texas. So therefore, wouldn't a Texas stock market be a good idea?
Yes, it would. And listen, it's not the first time there's been regional stock markets here in the U.S. There used to be a Philadelphia Stock Exchange, a Boston one, the Chicago Mercantile. but all have been folded into the parent company of the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ over the past 20 years. But this Texas Stock Exchange, to be based in Dallas, has some serious heavyweights behind it. BlackRock, largest asset manager in the world, and also Citadel Securities is part of this group that has raised roughly $120 million to start this new exchange. What they're taking aim at is what they say are onerous regulations in the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, particularly the NASDAQ, where they have a new rule that sets targets for board diversity. But TXSE pledges to be more CEO friendly. They say they're going to be anti-woke, yet apolitical at the same time. I don't know how that's possible. Like, you just don't use two in the same sentence, but that's what they've promised. And it'll be interesting to see. I think anything that tries to break up a duopoly is a good thing.
Yeah. So what will ultimately determine whether or not it's a success or a real threat to the New York Stock Exchange and create more competition?
If major companies do IPO on the Texas exchange, and then also the volume, these other regional chains were absorbed because there just wasn't enough volume there. But there are SEC rules now that benefit these upstarts. So they're going to force these large brokers to link to every exchange, even the ones that have smaller market share. And obviously it's new. It's going to have smaller market share to begin with. Next year, 2025, it's going to begin facilitating trades. And then 2026, we're going to see the first listings on the exchange. So this will be interesting to see. There's a need. I mean, there's a lot of companies, major Fortune 500 companies in Texas. I don't have to tell you guys. You guys know Exxon's there, AT&T, American Airlines, even Goldman Sachs, like the venerated Wall Street institution that is Goldman, is opening a Dallas campus next year. They're going to have 5,000 employees, and they want to cater to the Southeast quadrant, which has seen this explosion in population and investment over the past 5 years.
What does this mean to the average investor? Just a normal investor.
What it means is, so first they're going to have exchange traded products, which is kind of like, it's a financial instrument, and they're going to appear on this at first. So if you have your money invested in a Vanguard or Fidelity or wherever, and you're in some sort of ETF, you might appear, your investments might appear on this. Think of like paper gold and real gold. So essentially what the ETPs do, they act as a mirror to the performance of the underlying asset or the benchmark, like an index or a financial instrument. And those will likely appear there, which means your investment might appear there.
Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Uncle Charlie is in the studio. His thoughts on the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Final, and a whole lot more coming right up. Don't go anywhere. WOAI News Time, 8:13. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and Charlie Parker in studio all over the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Final, and the Women's College World Series. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Well, President Biden is meeting with world leaders in Normandy for today's D-Day anniversary. Hunter Biden's federal firearms trial continues today, and SpaceX successfully launched its fourth test flight of its Starship rocket from Boca Chica Beach. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days hot. Highs right around 100 degrees. It is 74 in Universal City, 74 at Lackland Air Force Base, 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:18.
San Antonio's first news. Uncle Charlie in studio, Mr. Charlie Parker, and a lot of big storylines involving a lot of big championships, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Final. And Charlie, you're paying close attention to the Women's College World Series.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm paying close attention, but I'm kind of giving it some attention. Before we get into that, can I make a comment on the SpaceX launch?
Yes.
The national television coverage, because it's already pissed me off.
Uh-oh.
We have, as a lot of people know, we've got plenty of monitors, video monitors, to watch coverage. And on the two biggest monitors, Fox News is on one, CNN is on another one. CNN had coverage of the pre-launch, the launch, the post-launch, and then some. Fox found it necessary during the launch to talk about, once again, the Hunter Biden trial. More ad nauseum.
Yep.
Would suggest to me some guy at Fox was sitting in, somebody at Fox.
Somebody, yeah.
Was sitting all dressed up in a suit, in a big chair, behind a big desk, and went, okay, we got a SpaceX launch. We can talk space exploration, or we can talk once again about Hunter Biden's trial. I think we'll go with the Hunter Biden trial. I think that, okay. All right, that helped me cleanse myself
There
a
you
little
go.
bit. Women's College World Series, best of three. Number 1, Texas against number 2, Oklahoma.
Hook 'em.
They played game 1 last night. Oklahoma did what Oklahoma does. They used the long ball and used it early. They had great pitching once again. They beat Texas by a score of 8-3. Game 2 is tonight at 7 o'clock. Game 3, if necessary, and I'm not sure it would be, is going to be tomorrow evening. The NBA Finals begin tonight. That's Dallas at Boston, game 1. Boston is a 6.5-point favorite, 7:30 on ABC. I believe, Chris, you and Charity are both pulling for the Mavericks.
I just like Dallas, and I like Luka Doncic better than, and I know Derek White's with the Celtics. I just don't like the city of Boston. I don't like their sports teams. So yeah, I'm pulling for the Mavericks. It hurts, but I'm pulling for the Mavericks.
Okay, I don't like Luka. I don't like Kyrie. I don't like Jason Kidd. I don't like Dallas.
Mark Cuban?
And
You like
I
Mark
don't
Cuban?
really like Boston, but there's no one there to dislike.
Derek White.
Really? So, no, not to dislike.
I know, but yeah.
So think I'm going to be pulling for Boston. But in all honesty, I'm personally more interested in the Stanley Cup Finals than I am the NBA Finals. And none of them will be on the same night.
No, luckily they were smart enough to separate them.
So that's going to be Edmonton at Florida in game 1. Edmonton, in their lifetime, has won 5 Stanley Cups. Florida has not won any. Edmonton, by the way, is tied for the fourth most Stanley Cup championships since the NHL merged with the WHA. If you're just looking at who in the National Hockey League has won the most Stanley Cups, it's Montreal. You want to take a guess how many? They've been around since 1909.
I'll say 17. Wild guess.
24.
Wow.
They won 24. I don't think they've won any since Gretzky left, but they've won 24 total. And probably, open up your ears, this might be the best news you're going to hear in a long time. Today, it was just announced how and when the 12-team college football playoffs will take place.
Thank you, Jesus.
And I believe they begin around I just kind of scanned it.
Right.
I think they begin like around the 20th of December. So you'll get you'll get 12 teams playing probably right up again to, like the first, second week of January for the championship. So that's available.
That'll be a Merry Christmas.
That would be awesome.
Absolutely.
More football is good football.
Merry Christmas in June.
Yes. Yeah. Now, are you with me on the NHL Stanley Cup? It's Edmonton versus Florida. I'm with the American team. I'm sick of these Canadians and their hockey and their holier than thou attitude. And Florida's never won it. I'm pulling for Florida. How about you?
I'll go along with. I don't hate Canada. I'm okay with Canada. But Edmonton's won, as I mentioned, they won 4 Stanley Cups. Florida hasn't won any. So I'm going to pull for Florida.
Cool. Yeah.
And Florida's who knocked off Dallas. So,
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'll go
it
with
works.
them.
It works. Yeah, I like Florida. Florida's okay.
So the two of you follow it much closer than I do. The Women's College World Series. You make it sound like there won't be a need for a game 3 that Oklahoma is going to annihilate Texas again tonight.
I hope that there will be a game 3.
So do I.
But I mean, Oklahoma is just, every time you watch. I mean, they were up 2-0 on home runs last night before there was one out.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the first inning.
Now let me ask you this.
They've got it all.
All right. Longhorns are the visitors tonight. So they were up. They bat first. They need to score quick. They need to come out and score first, I think.
It certainly wouldn't hurt.
No, because look, they've been real slow about they don't kind of get started until about the 4th, 5th inning. They need to come out and just jump on them.
Women's college softball is slow to begin with. It's not something to get real excited about unless you're a fan of one of the teams that are participating, because it's 90% pitching.
Big time.
Yeah. And, very little scoring, except in the case of Oklahoma, who somehow finds ways to get the
8
long
runs.
ball.
8 runs is a lot
Yeah,
in softball.
Yes. That's enough to get you through 3 or 4 games, usually in softball.
Usually.
How does Norman, Oklahoma, get better athletes than Austin, Texas, the University of Texas, the logo, the Longhorn, the city, 6th Street? What's going on with the Texas Athletic Department that they don't have the best women college softball players in the country?
Maybe because they have like the best women volleyball players and swimmers and track
rowers.
and field and rowers, etc.
They haven't gotten to the softball part yet. They're working on it.
When it comes to encompassing all of the sports in college athletics, I think Texas is almost always, I might even say not almost, always one of the top 5 schools in the country.
Yep.
I mean, their golf teams are good. Their swimming teams are good. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And look, they were ranked number 1 in the nation. They're still ranked number 1 in the nation.
Until they lose,
but they're playing the number 2 team in the nation right now. And
it's going for their 4th straight.
Which I don't think
it's ever happened
in women's college softball.
Yeah, 4th straight championship.
Let's go Longhorns. Hook 'em. Force that game 3. All right, coming up at 8:40, White House correspondent John Decker with a very moving look at the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Charity McCurdy with everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, SpaceX's latest Starship rocket test flight is a success, and today marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Sunny and hot, a high near 100. Tonight's low near 75. Right now, 73 degrees. Well, SpaceX has achieved a historic milestone with the first ever successful splashdown of the Super Heavy booster during the Starship launch.
That landing bird just begun, and you can see the water below. And we have splashdown.
This follows two failures in a partially successful flight earlier this year that failed during re-entry. SpaceX's massive Starship is meant to shuttle astronauts to the moon in 2026. Well, 11 U.S. veterans have been given France's highest honor at a ceremony to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
One by one, French President Emmanuel Macron pinned the Legion of Honor medal on 11 proud Americans.
Au nom de la République française, nous vous faisons chevalier de la Légion d'honneur.
He promised France would never forget, urging them to think of his country as their home.
Here you came to join your efforts with our own soldiers and to make France a free nation.
Later, President Biden detailed their individual achievements. The ceremony was one of many poignant moments in Normandy today. More than 200 surviving veterans saluted by soldiers currently serving, political leaders, and royalty. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Well, the prosecution could wrap up today in the felony gun charges trial against Hunter Biden. Here's Fox's Rich Edson.
In court yesterday, prosecutors presented that gun, the one that Hunter owned for 11 days at a time. The prosecution maintains he was an active drug user. Cleveland says he told Hunter to fill out the federal purchase form truthfully. He says he stood 2 feet from Hunter and saw him answer no to whether he was an unlawful user of drugs. Prosecutors also called his ex-wife, Kathleen Buell. She testified she found a crack pipe in July of 2015. Buell also says she scoured her cars before lending them to her daughters to ensure they weren't driving around with drugs.
Hunter's been charged with 3 felonies stemming from allegedly lying about his drug use on a federal form used to buy a gun. As our Decision 2024 coverage continues, speaking with Fox's Hannity, former President Trump promised to help fix the U.S. by undoing the policies of President Biden and vowed the country's success will unify the country.
Success will unify, and I think we're going to have a tremendous success. We have to bring it back fast because this country we're a failing nation. We are really a failing nation right now. We're being laughed at all over the world.
His comments come as the election subversion case in Georgia is now on pause until a panel of judges rules on whether Fulton County DA Fani Willis should be removed. Well, Governor Abbott has debuted a new 10 most wanted list. Barbara Schwartz reports.
It's called the Texas 10 Most Wanted Criminal Illegal Immigrants List. Abbott says it was created in partnership with the DPS and says it's a new initiative to locate and arrest repeat offenders who have entered the country illegally and are wanted for dangerous crimes committed in Texas. In a press release, he claims Texas has seen record levels of illegal immigration, including dangerous criminals under President Biden. The Dallas Morning News reports that Austin Democratic Congressman Greg Casar called the list a stunt that boosts anti-immigration attitudes.
Well, HEB Chairman Charles Butt is donating $20 million to 20 food banks statewide. The money is going to food banks in the Feeding Texas network, which includes the San Antonio Food Bank. HEB's Hunger Relief Program donated more than 33 million pounds of food to needy families last year. The program has donated more than 1 billion pounds of food to 5,500 nonprofits in Texas and Mexico since 1982. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business, we welcome in Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker. I'm Chris Duell, and this is the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the invasion of Normandy, and our very own White House correspondent, John Decker, put together this piece and interviewed a hero of D-Day.
For most Americans, archival footage of D-Day, June 6, 1944, is our only connection to one of the most important battles of World War II. 80 years after that day that saved the world, 99-year-old George Saros still vividly remembers how he felt as he landed on Utah Beach aboard his transport ship, LST-515.
I know we were worried whether we were going to make it or not, whether we were going to keep the beach there or not.
Saros, a native of Chicago, was just 19 years old. His mission as a motor machinist when his ship hit the beach at 1 p.m., deliver ammo, troops, tanks, ambulances, and jeeps in exchange for wounded paratroopers to be brought back to England for medical attention.
When we hit the beach, we opened the bow doors and lowered the ramps, and the ambulance was coming. And we were taking all the guys who were wounded, putting them on the tank deck. I don't know how many we picked up. We loaded our whole hand tank. That's what all the LSTs were doing.
The D-Day invasion was the largest naval, air, and land operation in history. success didn't come easy. Some 4,000 Allied troops were killed by German soldiers defending the beaches.
I really liked the guys. We were all together. We worked, lived out for each other.
For George Saros, D-Day was a noble cause. Here at the World War II Memorial in Washington, the words of President Roosevelt delivered to the nation on D-Day are engraved in memoriam. They fight not for the love of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate.
When you stop and think of those who sacrificed their lives, when those guys hit the beach and lost 4,000 or 5,000 of us on the beach, we should honor them, make it a regular celebration. Because if it hadn't been for the generation that I grew up, I don't know what our nation would have been if we'd have lost the war.
Why were you so lucky, George?
I don't know. I think the Lord was there. I have a great trust for the Lord. And I often think about that. You know, why us?
If there's one lament of this true American hero, it is more about this country's future rather than our past.
I'll tell you, I'm really disappointed in our country now. I think we're going the wrong way. I don't see the camaraderie that we have when we're in war.
That camaraderie is what helped America defeat tyranny. For George Saros, who will soon turn 100, D-Day is a reminder of what our country can achieve when it comes together and is unified in purpose. In Flat Rock, North Carolina, I'm John Decker.
An American hero, George Saros, 99 years old. And one of my biggest takeaways, and I want to ask Charlie this, we've talked about this morning as well. I think history will always repeat itself. I mean, look at all of history, and human beings tend to do the same things in cycles. I believe America will have to fight tyranny, will have to fight evil again. And I don't think, it's what George Saros just said, we're not unified. We don't have the camaraderie we did in 1944. I think when push comes to shove and this country needs to rise up and fight evil, I don't know that we're going to be able to do it again.
Not directly, I don't think. I mean, we still help different people do different things. But I always hearken back to 9/11, 2001, 9/12, 2001, and for 4 or 5 months, we look like one of the most unified countries ever in any instance. And look how, if something that catastrophic happened again, I don't think there would be some immediate unification, but it probably wouldn't last as long as it did after 9/11.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, the guy just said it. It reminded me of what a principal told me once. I think I was in the 8th grade, talking about, he mentioned that, we're just getting worse and worse and going down a rabbit, or whatever his particular phraseology was. Told me, hey, you came to that fork in the road and you could have taken the right road or you could have taken the wrong road, and you're so far down the wrong road, I don't know if we're going to be able to bring you back.
Man.
And that stuck with, I immediately turned around in the road.
U-turn?
And started working my way back.
Very, very good. Lots more coming up. We will get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 8:45. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And on this National Drive-In Movie Day, more of your drive-in movie memories. But first, a woman who's never been to a drive-in movie yet. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is meeting with world leaders in Normandy, France for today's 80th D-Day anniversary. SpaceX's fourth test flight is so far a success as a super heavy booster splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico. And an SAPD officer has been fired for his actions during a local gun buyback event. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday, all 3 days, highs right around 100 degrees. It is 74 in Bernie, 74 in Kirby, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:51.
San Antonio's first news, Charlie Parker, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T. I'm Chris, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon, and Andrew manning the live YouTube stream at 1200 WOAI on YouTube. And this is National Drive-In Movie Day. And Mr. T, we've asked the people for their thoughts and memories of drive-in movies.
Yeah, here's Nick.
Good morning, guys. This is Nick. I'm originally from Inglewood, Colorado. It's a small town south of Denver, fourth generation there. Inglewood used to have the mall that was largest west of the Mississippi called Cinderella City Mall. They also had a drive-in theater called Cinderella City Drive-In. Now, do I remember any movies that I watched there? Absolutely not. But I do remember the experiences, and they were amazing. Yeah, we need more of those. We need to bring them back. You guys have a great day. Great to have you back, Chris.
Thank you. That was very, very nice. I would love to bring drive-in movies back in a big way.
Well,
I like that
one in
idea.
New Braunfels. Yeah, Stars and Stripes.
We may be going.
We may be going. Here's another one.
Hey guys, this is Jack here in San Antonio. Been listening to you all for many, many, many years. My first drive-in experience was the Judson 4. After my first experience, I had a lot of them after that. But Alien with Sigourney Weaver, first one I remember. Y'all have a great day.
Okay. Alien with Sigourney Weaver.
Okay.
Fine motion picture. Science fiction if you're into that.
See, I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
All right, we got time for one more.
Good morning, WOAI family. This is Tony. And I'm like Jose. I grew up in Laredo. And yes, we had that border town drive-in. I remember my dad convinced us to go to the drive-in by buying us McDonald's. Little did we know, we went to go watch The Exorcist, a double feature. The Exorcist and The Omen. What a night. Love you guys. Have a blessed day.
The Exorcist scared the hell out of me as a kid. I
Still
slept with
does.
the lights on for about the next month.
It was frightening.
Yeah.
And I snuck in to see it. I was about 11 years old, snuck in to see it, and it was the biggest mistake I ever made. Biggest mistake.
Do people remember the movie that they went to see because of the movie or because of the activities, whether it was throwing up or, in the back seat of the car, doing things that,
I'm going to go
that you associate with the movie?
Yeah. I think like the one guy we heard earlier, he doesn't remember the movies. He remembers the experience.
Yeah.
See, I'm like that. I remember a lot of the experiences. I know there was movies on.
I didn't go to very many drive-ins. I didn't go to the drive-in very often.
No Paradise by the Dashboard Light for you, Parker?
No. Paradise by the clock radio light,
Wait, you got a clock radio in your car, man?
No. Well, that's why I didn't go.
He had his own pad.
I was in Germany, basically. I was in Germany in high school. There weren't any drive-ins. Almost immediately after that, I was in the Air Force and busy.
Yeah.
And then after getting out of the Air Force, I'd had my own places to live. Why would you waste your time, having to get in your car and go pick somebody up and then go to the drive-in and spend money? And, when you could just, hey, I got a pad, man. You want to come over and listen to some Kiss
I'm not that kind of girl.
I got some Boone's Farm. Come on over. Very nice. Our thanks to Charlie Parker. Thanks to EJ and Andrew for making the show go. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T. Tim Merriman. I'm Chris. We'll do this again tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Get up early and come hang out with us. In a moment, we got Glenn Beck coming at you. Before that, Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with all the big stories you should know about on this Thursday, 80th anniversary of D-Day. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.